Whew.
Chile?
It is chilly in here. My room's the coldest room in the condo. And I'm sitting in front of a window. Plus, I've got shorts and a t-shirt on. Morning, AJC. Could tell people stayed up late and watched the game. It's a slow response this morning. Pius, I agree. Morning, Tim.
I think it will be an unmitigated disaster for the Bears. Telling you that right now. I don't think Ben Johnson's going to work. Another coordinator. They needed to get an effing adult to coach that team. More of the same. Spin it however you want, Pius. But you could come back and
Mark is coming out of the box strong this morning. Was laughing. I was even laughing when he ran the third down play and didn't center the ball. I'm like, uh-oh. It's going to have to come from an angle. Yeah. Only every bet in the country was riding on that kick. Baby Jules, Arch, Wancho, behind. Check the mail. Okay, right. I don't think I understand, but
I will, Jay. Thank you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday, whether it was enjoying the holiday, inauguration day, or the Natty. Hope your week got off to a good start. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Ohio State, as many predicted 5 months ago, wins the Natty. And they cover, thanks to the late field goal. That's if you stuck around to watch the fourth quarter. I don't know how many of you did. Mark, did you?
I was nodding. I was on the couch doing fighting everything I could do to stay awake at 31-7.
So there was the Fighting Irish, and then there was the Fighting Mark.
There was. And, wow. I have to say, the field goal down 16 move.
Right.
And I listened to his explanation this morning when I got up and listening to post-game stuff. I'm sure you stayed up for it. I respectfully disagree with you, sir. I don't care that it was 4th and 9. Where's JP Shadrick when you need math being done? It was 16. 8 and 8 is 16. Where the hell does 3 come from in that mess?
The biggest reason that I disagreed with him was up until that point of the game, Ohio State had not punted. And by kicking the field goal, you needed 2 possessions to win. And I didn't think you could guarantee that you were going to get the ball twice. And they got the ball twice, but the second possession was with 25 seconds to go in the game. So that, to me, was the biggest mistake. I felt he had to go for it and hope for a stop. He had just forced a turnover. Ohio State hadn't fumbled in 3 months. He got one. Can they get a stop? 1 stop, not 2. 1. That, to me, was the miscalculation.
Certainly, however you look at it, I disagreed with it. That and I don't want to just spend the whole show picking on Marcus Freeman because what a hell of a year Notre Dame had, and they deserve all the accolades of being the national runner-up. But faking a punt,
well,
why not just go for it? No, I'm just that's your 4th and what? Was it 2, 3?
4th and 2.
Just go for it.
Well, that's what I thought. I actually thought Ohio State, I couldn't believe, first off, Fowler and Herbstreit missed that the backup quarterback was the up back. I don't know about you at home. I knew the backup quarterback was the up back. I was surprised that Ohio State played the play so badly. How does the coaching staff not know? How does somebody not alert the guys on the field? Okay, backup quarterback, up back, fake, watch for the fake. I mean, I was surprised they got off such a clean play. Now, the guy should have made the catch. He didn't. It cost him a field goal. I'm with you, though. If I'm going to go for it on 4th and 2, I want my best quarterback and my best unit out there.
But they didn't have the ability to stop the Buckeyes in the first half. And that was the game.
And the third quarter. Right. Yep. I mean, didn't they score the first
5 possessions?
Yeah, first 5 they did, right. 4 touchdowns and a field goal, first 5 times they had it.
Right.
And what did they score on 7 of the 9 possessions?
1 punt, 1 fumble.
So, or 6 of the 8 possessions, I think it was.
So, Ohio State, the best team that money could buy, proved it in the end. And this should keep Ryan Day around for another year, but you just never know.
Here's my question. Now that he's won a natty, does he have to keep dyeing the beard? Or can he let it go gray? Or can he shave the beard? He doesn't have to be the tough guy look anymore. You know, my team's tough. I'm tough. We're tough. Now can he just go clean shaven? Just a big old smile.
Don't know what that would look like.
I don't either. But that's the beauty of the playoffs, though. We've seen it in pro sports all the time. Don't see it a whole lot in college, where you can disappoint during the regular season and make it all up in the postseason. And boy, did they ever.
They sure did.
Think about their run. I mean, they demolished Tennessee, demolished Oregon, kind of kept Texas at arm's length, although Texas was a yard away from tying it with 3 minutes ago. And then outclassed Notre Dame for much of the night. It reminded me for a while of, and this is dating myself, but remember the Ohio State-Florida National Championship when Ted Ginn Jr. took the opening kickback for a touchdown? And then Florida seemingly scored like the next 6 times they had the ball.
I see where you're getting at with that, because Notre Dame comes down with that 9-minute, 10-minute drive, 18 plays. Riley Leonard run it incredibly effectively. And you're like, oh, boy, we might have a game on our hands here.
Yeah, that was big boy football right there. That was you, me, in a phone booth. Let's go. And I don't normally tweet out during a game or post on X, I guess is technically what it is. But, I mean, I thought that was Lou Holtz's coach and Tony Rice's quarterback. I mean, that literally was the 1988 Notre Dame team right there. And they shoved it to Ohio State, and you don't shove it on Ohio State. And I'm like, damn, that's a drive.
They were moving people up front, too.
Yes, they were.
Big third down play, and I'm watching Ohio State linemen go backward. Okay.
Would they convert 2 third downs, 2 fourth downs?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were on the ground, too. And Ohio State was like, that was cute. That was a good job, guys. Got to give you that. We'll take it from here. Thanks.
And by the next drive, the Ohio State defense weren't going to allow Notre Dame to push them around.
No, and I thought Notre Dame also abandoned trying to run the ball. I thought Notre Dame offensively panicked a little. And Riley Leonard in the first half was not throwing the ball accurately. Once they got down 31-7, he started letting it rip, and he started throwing it a lot better. But he was missing open guys in the first half when they were teetering.
And you can't teeter against that Buckeye offense. You keep giving them the ball, they show you why, with all of those weapons on the outside and a couple of running backs, that they're difficult to defend, to say the very least.
But hats off to the Buckeyes. It's their third natty this century. Tressel's boys in 2002, Urban's guys 10 years ago, and now Ryan Day's crew this year. And it does make you wonder how different things would have been in recent years if we had had more than a 4-team playoff. Because first off, would either of these teams have made a 4-team playoff? Certainly Ohio State would not have.
No.
The loss against Michigan would have been disqualifying. Notre Dame would have been a tough call because the loss was so glaring. I mean, USC had a loss like this under Pete Carroll in the late 2000s. and they could never recover from it in the polls.
It would have been really close. The way
Yes.
the season developed and broke down. I think Notre Dame would have gotten in a 14 playoff.
Okay.
But
we
I'm
all
not
know
positive.
But we all know the team that won the Natty would not have made it.
No. And now we get another year of 12, then we go to 14. Did you like it? At the end of the day.
Now that the season is over, did you like the 12-team playoff? Is that our poll question? Is that our Swamp Buggy Races poll question?
It's a nomination, David.
Okay.
It's a nomination.
I mean, I'm warning you. Later today and early this evening, we're doing the Baseball Hall of Fame. So you know there's a question I could nominate. You know me in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Should they continue to have one? If no one pays attention to a sport, should they still have a Hall of Fame vote?
Ooh,
I'll
somebody.
come at you with some baseball snark early this morning.
Somebody's coming at me in the baseball hour with some baseball snark. And if you're going baseball hour, yeah, Mark, in our second act, seemingly I would talk baseball, and he goes, well, you should do it in the 6 a.m. hour. That's when the baseball fans are up. All right, that's who's listening to us right now. So that's my nomination for the Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Now that the season's over on January 20th, did you like the 12-team playoff?
And we'll find out what the numbers were for this game in the next couple of days. Probably won't do what we thought it would because the game got out of hand early and how many people turned it off at halftime or start of the mid-third quarter.
Right, when Ohio State got the ball to start the second half and second play, he runs it down to the 5 and right. Mm-hmm. I mean, we could have some fun with our poll question. Now that he's won the Natty, does Ryan Day get to keep his job? Yes, no, only through the Michigan game next year. See, I'm trying to come back with some snark. You've got more of it. You've got more of it this morning, but I'm trying. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see Mick Cronin go off on the reporter?
About the travel?
Yeah.
Please tell me.
Please tell me you're joking.
Right. Yeah, not sure if Djokovic beats Alcaraz again. Maybe at Wimbledon, but not sure he can beat him. That's why when he pulled that one out at the Olympics to win the gold, might be the last time he beats him.
How about that announcer going after the fans at the Aussie when they were the Djokovic? That's a interesting little.
Well, and Djokovic stood up to him, and the announcer's parent company forced him to apologize. His apology sucked, but apparently he also did one in private. But his public apology was one of those total BS apologies.
Right.
Yes, Ryro. Of course.
What do you think they've been doing? How do you think they've been getting quarterbacks the last 2 years?
Morning, Paula. How you doing? Yeah, Paula, it doesn't matter.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, top of the morning to you. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Nice show lined up for you, as we usually have on a Tuesday. David Samson in 40 minutes, Pat Kirwan in about an hour and a half, and we'll put a bow on the college football season. Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South. I mean, they had time on their hands yesterday.
It's a good little website. I like Saturday Down South. They do some fun stuff.
They do. And Connor will join us in a couple hours. So have you posted the poll question yet, or are we allowing time for more snark?
We're allowing time for more snark.
Okay. All right.
To see if something creeps up and grabs one of us between now and the starting five. If not, I'll put it up next break.
As opposed to, well, the college football season came and went. What do you think? You know, and that's a good poll question for Miller and Moulton. All right. Don't kid yourself, ladies and gentlemen. That's good for us. So the Bears hire Ben Johnson.
Yes, they did.
And you have very strong opinions about this.
I don't think it'll work. I didn't think a coordinator would work there. They needed to get an adult. Ben Johnson's never coached before. Why is this going to be any different in Chicago? Never been a head coach. We're sure he knows how to lead men. He's the hot offensive coordinator. That's terrific. But now he's got to coach a football team.
Right. But the key to the football team is who?
Well, it's the quarterback.
Okay. How'd he do with Jared Goff? And he had to kind of put Humpty Dumpty back together again when he got his hands on Jared Goff. How'd he do?
He did really well.
Okay. So you don't have any confidence that he can make Caleb Williams worthy of his high draft
I
selection?
hope so for the Bears people out there. I do. I don't want it to be a failure. But he's never been a head coach before. He can't devote all of his time to helping Caleb Williams. There's more to the job than that.
Okay. But I am surprised that you are convinced that this is a mistake by the Bears.
Yes.
Wow.
Hire someone that has had coaching experience. That team needs to be run by an adult. This proves of the organizational problems that are in Chicago that they're scared of any head coach that has power.
Well, I got to admit, I think Ben Johnson comes in with more swag than the general manager.
And you've thought that no matter really who they hired, though.
Yeah, I do. I think Ryan Poles is fortunate to have his job. And I think Ryan Poles is going to take personnel suggestions and more than that from Ben Johnson. I think Ryan Poles is going to work for Ben Johnson. I do. Now, don't get me wrong. You know who I would have hired. I would have hired Pete Carroll.
Right.
But he was the hot coordinator. He was. I mean, outside of the Mike McCarthy's, this is where I'm a little surprised. Mike McCarthy clearly wanted the job. Mike McCarthy has won a Super Bowl. Mike McCarthy is pretty familiar with the NFC North. Mike McCarthy, dealing with everything that he had to deal with in Dallas, just won 10 games a year on average for 5 years. I mean, if you're not going to hire Pete Carroll because you're telling me he's too old, okay. Mike McCarthy? Clearly, you would have hired Mike McCarthy over Ben Johnson.
I would have. And I hope Ben Johnson's extremely successful. I do. I don't root against teams, coaches, players, unless they play for a couple of certain teams, and we all know who they are. But I have reservations about someone with no head coaching experience taking on a job that's a big job. This isn't Jacksonville. This is the Chicago Bears. This is the team in Chicago. It comes with a tremendous amount of pressure if they don't have success quickly.
Boy, look at you. Look at you throwing off the top rope this morning. But you're right. It's not Jacksonville. It's partly why I thought it was the number one job available. Even though the NFC North is much harder than the AFC South. Even though I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence than Caleb Williams, although I do get at least 3 more years of a rookie deal from Caleb Williams, and I only get a 5th-year option coming up with Trevor and then 55 per. But if you can win in Chicago, man.
I got you.
You're a legend. They name things after you. At the very least, streets. Maybe even a freeway.
And you know you can get a steakhouse out of the deal
Totally.
if things go well.
Yep. You know, what are we thinking? Ben's or Johnson's?
I don't think BJ's will work.
Well, no. I mean, although let me tell you, some very effective advertising. You can go
really
in a lot,
is.
You can go in a lot of different directions.
Especially if they had free anything night there.
So that could be
That
a
could
Swamp
be
Buggy Races poll question.
Holy cow.
The Bears hired Ben Johnson. Do you think it was a good hire? Yes, he was the hot coordinator. B, no. They needed head coach experience. Just saying. And we could always fall back on the Baseball Hall of Fame question. I can come up with one.
I know you can.
Yep. So I am, however, going to take issue with the Lions fans who are like, and Paula, and we love Paula in our Twitch chat room. We do. And she's hurting. Okay. So I know some of this is just lashing out, but she's like, it's not going to work. Really? You love the guy. Seriously. You absolutely love the guy. Now what? Oh, because the Bears got him? It's not going to work? Because let's be honest, if Jacksonville hired him, you would have said, that's a really good hire for the Jags. But the Bears hired him, and well, they're rivals. They suck. Obviously, he sucks.
Does Detroit really have a rival in the NFC North? I mean, really? They think they do, but do they really have a rival? Is there a team that looks at Detroit in that division and goes, ooh, it's Lions week?
Well, of the three, which one, bothered you more?
I never liked the Vikings growing up for whatever reason.
Interesting.
That was the team I liked the least in the division.
Was it the purple? Was it Tarkenton?
I think it was Tarkington. I think, and I that's as good as I can get.
Pius with a very funny comment in our Twitch chat room. Detroit's only rival is Toyota. Well done, sir. Well done.
And hell, they passed GM long ago to be the number one manufacturer in the world.
Yes, they did. For the record, Paula, big Lions fan, hates the Packers most of all. All right. Well, see, you and Bears fans have something in common. And Vikings fans, for that matter. I think the whole division hates the Packers the most.
I think you're right. Because the Vikings and Bears don't have the animosity that either of them have towards the Packers.
Right. And Bears, Packers, obviously, that, enough said. But the Vikings, Packers, that's a border thing also. Miller and Moulton. So we can go a bunch of different ways with our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. We'll let Mark decide. The starting five is next.
Swamp Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples' all-American weekend of family fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Which one do you want as the poll question, David? Which one do you want as a poll question?
Which one do you like best?
I think they're equal. I actually think they're both pretty good.
Do you think college football as a whole will do better than Ben Johnson specifically, or the Bears specifically?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I would argue the college football one has slightly more mass appeal.
All right.
But
how do you want to word it? Now that the college football season is over, did you like the 12-team playoff?
Yep. DC, Dan Campbell makes the Lions dislikable? Wow.
Just a simple yes, no, or should we?
What would be a third choice?
Well, there really wouldn't be.
Okay. Ambient, very interesting. You hate the Eagles more than the Chargers.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour, David Samson to join us at the top of the hour. Baseball Hall of Fame will induct, will at least let us know later today and tonight who they're going to induct in the class of 2025. David Samson has strong opinions about that and much more. Our weekly chat with David Samson in a little more than 20 minutes time. Before we get to the starting five, what did we decide on for the Swamp Buggy Races poll question?
Now that the college football season is over, did you like the 12-team playoff? Just a simple yes or no answer. Go to Miller_Moulton on X, that Mark Miller, or the David Moulton to vote. That's as soon as David reposted. I did it already because I had the question up. I think that little pause gave David enough time to hit a couple buttons on his phone. He may have done it as well.
You know I don't move quickly. I got fat fingers. And I'm trying. I'm
Part of the reason that it's what's in your mind, not what's on your mind. That was a typo that our voice guy read literally.
Yep.
And we're not going to change it. Couple of reasons. One, we've decided we like it. And two, it costs money to change, and we don't have any.
And by the way, with the poll question, okay, you have to decide. For those of you that are like, well, I kind of like it, but I really wish they'd tweak it. Well, then you got to decide, yes or no. Okay. Does that mean you don't like it? And not until they tweak it or change it will you like it? Or, well, it's better than what we had, but I still want it to be better. I mean, you got to decide. That's why we didn't give you the third option about tweaking, because too many of you would have taken the easy way out. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Do you like the 12-team playoff and the season and 5-month season, or no?
Yeah, I saw some folks yesterday that are big college football writers, and one in particular, I think it, and I won't put a name on it because I don't remember exactly who said it, but the national championship should be on January 1. We own that day. I got 20 more days of college football, man.
Now, I could argue the semis should be in and around the first, and the natty should be, 8, 9, 10 days later. I mean, the thing they should be most upset about is the fact that the game was played last night. And by last night, I mean on a Monday after a big NFL playoff weekend. You're a sport that thrives on oxygen. You're a sport that thrives on debate. Well, you need time for both. And there was no time yesterday. We went out of our way and talked more natty than I think we ever have before on the Monday of the national championship game.
And part of that was with the divisional round there, we didn't get great games. We had an upset. We had a really good game. But if we'd have had a great divisional weekend, it would have been harder to fit more natty talk in.
I don't think I'm talking out of school here. So Gary Danielson went on a national radio show late yesterday afternoon, and he asked the host, Mad Dog Russo, he said, hey, and I believe Gary was on in the final hour of the show, of a 3-hour show. And he said, how much college football natty have you talked before you brought me on? And Russo said, no, this is the first time we're mentioning it.
Yeah.
And that was about 2 or so hours before kickoff when he was on his show. So 18 minutes before the hour, time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Ohio State 34, Notre Dame 23. Third national title this century for the Buckeyes, first in 10 years. They scored 31 unanswered points after Notre Dame had an epic 18-play, 9-minute and 45-second drive. And then it was all Buckeyes. They scored on their first 5 drives. Notre Dame made it interesting at the end. But Will Howard hit his first 13 passes. He was the game's MVP. And what many of us thought 5 months ago. Mark, I'm pretty sure we both picked the Buckeyes to win the Natty in late August. And they did as the 8th seed. 34-23. One other college football note. Tampa replaces Dallas in 4 years to host the Natty. Your next 5 sites to host the college football national championship game: Miami, Vegas, New Orleans, Tampa, Miami.
David, one other little footnote. Saw this morning, thought I would add it. Do you know this is the first time the Big Ten has had back-to-back titles since 1942?
Minnesota and whom?
It doesn't say, David. I didn't look it up. I have no idea, but
wow,
first back-to-back titles since 1942.
I'll be damned. That's a good footnote right there. NFL news: Bears hire Lions offense coordinator Ben Johnson to be their next head coach. Some people love it. He's the hot coordinator. Could have gotten a head coaching job last year. Some people are like, the Bears needed an adult, somebody who had done it before. Pete Carroll, Mike McCarthy. What are they doing? Colts hired former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo to be their defensive coordinator. Jets have a very interesting situation going on. Aaron Glenn played for them. There's a lot of talk that the Jets really want to hire him. Mark, do you hire the coach before you've hired the general manager? Even if one of your leading candidates for the GM job has strong ties to Aaron Glenn because he spent a long time in the Lions organization. So him and Glenn know one another. The thought is they could work together. But do you hire the coach before you hire the general manager, or is that just a bad look?
It's a bad look, but by all indications, it's what they're going to do. They don't want to let Aaron Glenn leave the building.
If he leaves the building today, he goes to New Orleans tomorrow, where the thought is he ain't leaving the building. So if you're the Jets, what do? Jacksonville, by the way, is bringing in 3 candidates for a second interview. Bucs offensive coordinator Liam Cohen, Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham, and former Jets head coach Robert Saleh all get face-to-face second interviews this week. He'll be 32 next season. Cooper Kupp, with 2 years left on his contract, says, oh, yeah, I'm playing, but he knows it may not be with the Rams. He was a focal point of their offense till he got hurt in week 12, and then he only caught like 4 passes the rest of the year, although he did catch 6 in the playoff game. The Rams could save $7.5 million by cutting Kupp. Later today, Baseball Hall of Fame to announce the class of 2025. Ichiro will get in. It's just a matter of, will it be unanimous? Mark, would you vote for CC Sabathia?
I would. I believe he's a Hall of Famer. 250 wins. I know the ERA would be one of the highest ever put in the Hall. I know his WAR is not what baseball aficionados think is worthy of it, but the way he ate up innings and the stint in Milwaukee to take them to the playoffs, some other runs, I think CC Sabathia is Hall of Fame worthy.
Final shot on the ballot for lefty power reliever Billy Wagner. He came up 5 votes short last year, 422 saves. Does he make it today? Andrew Jones finally picking up steam, 8th year on the ballot. So it's this and 2 more. He got 62% of the vote last year. This is a fascinating case. If Andrew Jones had stopped after 10 years, he would have walked in first ballot to the Hall of Fame. I mean, first 10 years in the league, he was a 10-time Gold Glover. Had well over 300 home runs. He kept playing, hit 434 home runs, but he really tailed off. And because of it, people don't think he's the player that he was. A couple of second basemen are interesting candidates. Do Chase Utley and Dustin Pedroia begin to gain some steam? I could see both getting serious consideration for the Hall, but they need to get enough votes to stay on the ballot in this year 1. One other news, the Blue Jays signed former Oriole Anthony Santander, who hit 44 homers last year, but that's about all he does, to a 5-year, $92.5 million deal. They finally, Mark, it took 2 years, they finally got somebody to take their money. Nobody wants to play in Toronto except Anthony Santander. Jalen Brunson with 34. Knicks beat the Hawks 119-110. How about the Pistons going into Houston and beating the Rockets? The Rockets have the second best record in the West, and Houston beat them Detroit beat them by 11. Pistons are over 500. They lost like 412 games in a row last year. Memphis down 11 at the half, came back, beat the T-Wolves 108-106. Cleveland's 36-6 on the season. Seems pretty good. They beat Phoenix by 26. The Celtics went into Golden State and beat the Warriors by 40. Tell me Boston didn't just say to the whole Warriors franchise, it's over.
Most one-sided loss at home in 40 years for the Warriors.
And the Bulls went into L.A. and beat the Clippers 112-99, snapping a 5-game skid. Not much going on in college basketball yesterday. The polls came out. Top 5 in the AP, Auburn, Duke, Iowa State, Alabama, and Florida. However, in the coaches poll, you flip Bama and Iowa State at 3-4, and you flip Florida and Houston at 5-6. But basically, we all know who the teams are. Georgetown hit a shot with a second to go to beat Nova 64-63. Hoyas are 13-6. Georgetown basketball may be back under Ed Cooley. Penn State snapped the 4-game skid, beat Rutgers 80-72, and Bethune-Cookman in the cozy confines of the state of Florida beat Arkansas Pine Bluff by 9.
Rutgers might be the most disappointing team in Division I basketball. They have a lottery pick on their team. They might have 2. And the fact that they are as bad as they are is unbelievable. They were a top 20 preseason team that has disappointed in massive ways this year.
I mean, they have someone who is very likely going, well, he'll definitely be a top 5 pick, but I think he has a chance to be top 3. Women's college basketball, UCLA remains unbeaten. They're 18-0. They handled Baylor by 15. Battle of top 10 teams, and Texas beat Maryland by 38. Ouch. By the way, the AP poll is out on the women's side. UCLA, South Carolina, Notre Dame, USC at 4. How about that? UCLA and USC at 1 and 4. And LSU is 20-0. Mark, LSU plays South Carolina on Thursday. And Kim Mulkey's team's 20-0. And South Carolina right now is just slapping people.
I hope South Carolina beats them by 50.
Big night in the NHL. Nick Paul scored twice, but the Lightning lose to Toronto 5-3. Bruins with 4 in the third beat San Jose 6-3. Wild with 2 in the third beat the Avs 3-1. Blues in a shootout over Vegas 5-4. Carolina in overtime 4-3 over the Blackhawks. Penguins got a goal and assist from Crosby to beat the Kings 5-1. And Connor McDavid suspended 3 games for a cross-check. It was when the Oilers played the Canucks and a guy on Vancouver had cross-checked somebody from Edmonton. They each got 3 games. Tennis, Coco Gauff. Bunch of errors, ousted in the quarters of the Australian. Top seed on the women's side, Sabalenka wins. Zverev, the 2 seed on the men's side, advanced. And going on right now, Carlos Alcaraz is set up on Djokovic. Djokovic had an early break in the second set, and Alcaraz has come back to even it. I don't think Djokovic ever beats Alcaraz again. I mean, there's only about a 13-year age difference. It's no big deal or anything. So.
It's only 13 years?
Is it more? Djokovic's 37.
That's
all right.
All right, yeah.
Alcaraz, no, you're right. Alcaraz is 21. He'll be 22 in May. Okay. So there's a 15-year age difference. Yeah, actually, technically, they're 3 weeks apart from it being a 16-year age difference. My goodness. And that was the starting 5. 5 big stories in the Australian Open that you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Love that Aussie Open talk. Keeps me updated.
You're just, you know, I don't need your snark.
No, I appreciate it because that way I don't have to watch any of it.
I don't. You started 6 minutes into the show, and you have just been all over me. You know, this is a very emotional day for me with the Baseball Hall of Fame and all. And David Samson to talk about it next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, David. Mark will pull you up in a second. He's editing something.
Good morning.
Good morning.
By the way, that lighting makes you look younger.
I don't know what to do. I've got a lamp on in the back. I've got a little ring light that I couldn't properly install on the computer, so I am just on my own here at 3:56 a.m. trying to figure it out.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the West Coast thing.
Oof. Miserable.
Do you have to get that ring thing working by 8 a.m. Eastern to do your nothing personal?
This is how I'm going to look, so I guess that means I have work to do. But this is what you see is what you get at 8 a.m.
I just think you tell everybody today it's mood lighting, in honor of the Baseball Hall of Fame.
That's right. I could try to start screwing with it now. I think I clipped it on incorrectly and it's facing the sky instead of forward. Whatever. If you guys can see me and hear me,
yeah,
then I take this as a positive.
Absolutely. I'm just bummed out, David, because when Moulton travels west, we have this happen a lot where hotel rooms and bad lighting. And I have been advocating for, 2 years for him to get one of those really simple ring lights. And if you can't use the damn thing, I'm never going to get him to do it.
I've got the ring light, but I can't figure out how to clip it on.
Thank you. My mother got me a ring. I'm with you. My mother got me a ring light, and I don't know how to work it either.
Unbelievable.
I don't travel with the staff, man. It's just me.
Yep. But you can tell people it's mood lighting. It's romantic. What's more romantic than the Baseball Hall of Fame?
It is an exciting day. There's no doubt about it. It's a day I've been looking forward to for 5 years. More, almost 6 years, maybe.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's a Tuesday at 7 a.m. in the East. At 4 a.m., where David Samson wakes up for us, because David Samson joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. You know David Samson, all right? The Two Great Podcast, all right? Award-winning, the show that airs live at 8 a.m. every day and then rebroadcasts at 10 a.m. every day. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Thanks for waking up for us. As a proud Milwaukeean, though, we have to go back a few days. Bob Uecker, to you, what did he mean?
He was a mentor before he was a broadcaster to me. Because remember, I used to be married to the daughter of the team doctor for the Milwaukee Brewers. And I started dating my now ex, the mother of my 3 great children, when I was 18. And yeah, that's young. And I went to Brewer games with her dad, and I got to meet Bud Selig, who was the owner of the Brewers, who I would then work with years later. And I got to meet Bob Uecker. And Bob Uecker and I had a relationship that lasted throughout my career. And I would talk to him every time we played the Brewers, whether it was in Milwaukee or in Florida. And I would see him during the off season. And he was someone I talked to about the history of the game. He was not the Miller Lite, I must be in the front row guy. He was a jovial, knowledgeable, interesting, passionate, loving man. And I was sad when I saw it. There's been a bunch of recent deaths that have happened. George Kalinsky, the photographer of Madison Square Garden, who was a dear friend, and then Jeff Torborg, one of our old managers. So they say deaths come in 3, and I never really focused on that. And maybe it's true.
So many different places to go, but with Uke, the one, seeing so many stories online, and he was jovial and funny, and apparently could swear like a sailor, which I find great as a broadcaster, of being able to hit that dump button and say some off-color things once in a while. But you're right, and the baseball historian part of it, and it seems that part of it doesn't get focused on really enough, does it, David?
No, and it's not as funny a story. So he is the funny, and that's the character, whether it's Mr. Belvedere or whether it's, Harry Doyle in Major League. But the fact of the matter is he was a passionate Milwaukeean. He loved the Brewers in a way. He taught me to love my team the way I did, regardless of where you grew up, regardless of who you root for. You love the ones you have. And he taught me, no matter who you're 25, at the time it was 25 players, you have to believe in them. Remember, the Brewers never have won a World Series. They went to the World Series once only in 1982. So I never knew Bob Uecker when the Brewers were pennant winners because I met him in 86. And so learning how to love your team, even when you're projected to lose 100 games, and how to appreciate your team and your season and the appreciation of being in the careers that we were in. He just would talk to me all the time. He'd see me on the field. Hello, boss. I remember when you were a child. He would always start that way, making sure that I always remembered that I was just a teenager when we met. And it was just an honor for me to just be around him, to be in his orbit. Always felt good to me. And that's what I'll miss.
Before we get to the Hall of Fame, which is a passion of yours also, you mentioned Jeff Torborg's passing, and Jeff Torborg is an interesting place in your and Marlins history because he's the manager you fired to bring in Jack McKeon in 2003, and we all know how that season ended. Okay, but did you have any regrets at the time? You got rid of Torborg a year and a quarter into his contract.
No, and of course, I'm sorry he passed away, and I will think of him fondly, but I don't want to rewrite history. I was excited to fire him because I never really wanted to hire him. And he was a hire who was brought in by our owner who had a personal relationship with him, always wanted him to be his manager. And so we fired Felipe Alou to bring in Jeff Torborg with the Expos. We moved Jeff Torborg into the Marlins when we switched to the Marlins in 2002. Jeff Torborg was unhappy when we traded away Cliff Floyd and Antonio Alfonseca, wanting better players. And we explained we've got good players, and this was done to help our team. But I don't want to speak about the firing. I want to speak about the contribution to the game as people forget. Not just managing the White Sox and the Mets. Talk about him as a player. The kind of historic games that he caught, the friendship that he had with Sandy Koufax, the catching that he did with Sandy Koufax during one of his all-time great games. He was an accomplished catcher. And I feel for his family. He was young, only 83 years old, and suffered from Parkinson's. But he was fiery. He was intense. He was very strict in how he wanted to do things. And I was smiling today thinking, or yesterday when I read it, or today, I can't remember when I read it, just thinking about how he would do managing with today's truly meddling front offices. I think that he would look at me and say, wow, you weren't that involved after all. But I'm not sure that he would have enjoyed how baseball is today.
All right, Ichiro. Really, the only question is whether or not he will be a unanimous vote. And we all know that he should be, but baseball writers have their own quirkiness that we've dealt with for a long, long time. But just your relationship with Ichiro, what you want to say about his greatness.
Well, I'm talking to you live from a hotel room in Seattle. And I wanted to be around today when Ichiro gets elected into the Hall of Fame sometime this afternoon. I believe he should get 100%, be the first ever unanimous position player. He will be the first Japanese player to ever be inducted into the Hall of Fame. A little note that he was inducted into the Japanese Hall of Fame very recently and got only 92.6% of the vote. There were 26 voters in Japan who thought he shouldn't be in the Japanese Hall of Fame. And I'm going to dismiss that as idiocy with a side of, oh, I guess he didn't have the bulk in Japan, or maybe there's some upset that he moved over into the big leagues. But again, he was 27 when he did. Think about that. He started his career at 27 and ended up with over 3,000 hits in the big leagues. I felt so fortunate to have him for 3 years at the end of his career. I felt so fortunate to go watch him play his last game after I was out of baseball in March of 2019. And the Hall of Fame has not meant more to any player, and I dare say any player in history, than Ichiro, who visited more as an active player than any active player. Already has pledged so many of his things, all of his things upon his death, which the way he looked yesterday when I saw him, he hasn't aged a minute. He is true Benjamin Button. We smiled at each other knowing that we're 107 years old together, thinking that we could both do what we used to do, except the difference is Ichiro can. And just knowing that he gets to be into the Hall of Fame and knowing Ichiro the way I do, it won't hurt him to not get 100%. It would be fantastic if he does. I can't imagine anyone leaving him off the ballot. But to him, he's a true consequentialist. This will be what he has thought about for decades from the beginning. And just being in there and having a plaque in the plaque room to go along with the artifacts he's already contributed to the Hall of Fame is just such a wonderful moment. I can't wait for today. I've been circling today since March of 2019 when we both acknowledged in Japan when he played his final game for the Mariners. If you recall that, it was such an unbelievable story that this class was his class. And of course, he's not cocky about it. But of course, he is making plans to be in Cooperstown for a press conference on Thursday. But you never know. I fully expect him to get more than 75%, and 100 would certainly be the icing on the cake of just an incredible career.
Will he be joined by anyone in this class? Billy Wagner came up 5 votes short. This is his final year on the ballot. Is CC Sabathia the new ace? Is 250 the new 300? He's at 251. Curious whether you think it's going to be Ichiro alone.
So Dave Parker and Dick Allen are already in this class through ERA's committees. And the question is, I believe CC Sabathia will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Query whether he is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he certainly is trending that way with the ballots that have been made public already. And when you think about his career, he had some years where he had ace-like years as a lefty. I think about the time he was with the Brewers and when he went to the Brewers and what he did. So he's trending to be a first balloter. I think the real intrigue today, in addition to whether Ichiro gets 100%, is whether or not Wagner finds it in his 10th year. There's been a movement to get players in their 10th year when they're this close. So I would not be surprised, and that would make it a very crowded class, which would make for July really exciting. And I can just tell you from my standpoint, when we faced Billy Wagner, he certainly seemed like a Hall of Famer to me. People may not remember, he was unhittable. And Billy Wagner is barely taller than I am. And his ability from the left side to overpower you in an era when velocity was not as important or didn't exist, he had a very heavy upper 90s. And it was just hard to face him. Is he one of the best relievers of all time? To me, he is.
What about Andrew Jones, David? It's an interesting case, and it seems that he's getting some momentum. I don't know if he gets in this year, but we've got about a minute. What do you think about Andrew Jones?
Yeah, I don't think he gets in this year. I think a lot of people remember some of the great years. The players certainly view Andrew Jones as a Hall of Famer. He had all 5 tools, and he used them well. To me, he just did not have the career overall. He really did tail off at the end of his career, and his career ended sort of on the young side. He just had a very powerful group of seasons, and I've had some players who have had powerful groups of seasons but not sustained career. Take a Hanley Ramirez is on the ballot today, and I don't think he's going to get 1 vote. And Hanley Ramirez had some Hall of Fame years. I don't think Jones gets in this year. We'll see what his percentage goes, but you're right. He's one of the ones to watch to see what kind of increase he gets.
8th year on the ballot. You can only be on the ballot for 10. He got 62% of the vote last year. I disagree. I think if he had retired at age 30, he walks in on the first ballot in the Hall of Fame, but everybody remembers the 6 years he played after that. He's David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson. He records it live in 47 minutes. He rebroadcasts it at 10 a.m. On the DraftKings Sports Network. Follow David on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. Enjoy today, celebrating, and safe travels back.
Thank you so much. See you next week.
David Samson, for those watching on Twitch, with the mood lighting today. All right. Very
Ruining
romantic.
any chance I hang light when he goes on the road. Because if Samson can't do it, there's no way that Moulton can. We've set back Miller and Moulton another 5 years today.
I'm going to work
American
on it
Paint
in the
Supply,
next
for nearly
10
30 years,
minutes.
is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Congratulations, Ryan.
Very funny, Mello. Well played. Well played. Djokovic winning the second set against Alcaraz. I already think he's the greatest player of all time, I'm telling you. If he were to win the Australian at 37,
Oh, my goodness.
got to be going through Alcaraz and Sinner. You got to be kidding me. Mello is doing pretty well, actually. Zimi Wakaji. We got to love the name.
How about those FGC Eagles whooping Queens?
Oh, destroyed them. And boy, people really came out to support him too.
They were. I put it on. They're not even selling like the upper tickets.
The students aren't even going.
No, there's no. That's what I noticed. Like I looked at one end zone, it was empty. Then the other end zone was empty.
I can't. I mean, they're tied
Saturday
for
at 2, you can't get 500 students there.
They did their biggest crowd of the year for that game. They did 2,100 and change. ASUN's wide open. There's 5 teams that aren't separated by much. That's going to be a one bid league in which the conference tournament week's going to be crazy. Yeah, I know they want to get rid of Kyle Neptune, but well, he has beat Michigan. He just hasn't in his last 4 attempts, but he beat him the first time. I just think it makes the upset more legendary. I mean, the two teams have played for a natty. One lost as a 28-point favorite, and the other lost as a 20 to 21-point favorite. How amazing is that?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of the hour to talk all things NFL, and we got a lot to talk about. We're down to 4. Where do some of the teams go that got eliminated in the divisional round? And the head coaching hirings began in earnest yesterday with the Bears hiring former Lions offense coordinator Ben Johnson. Mark Miller, for one, hates the hire.
I don't think Chicago is a good spot for a coach who has 0 head coaching experience. I hope I'm wrong. I'm rooting for Ben Johnson. Loved what he did with the Lions as the OC. Hope he can do the same thing with Caleb Williams, and I'm eating crow in 4 years. I'd have no problem with it. But I think the way the organization is run in Chicago, you needed someone to have some power. Ben Johnson was not hired because he has power. He was hired because the people in power could maintain their power.
I think he's got more power than Ryan Poles, the GM. You know, it's Kevin Warren who I think is gobbling up as much power as he can, the team president, who is only supposed to get them a new stadium and stay out of the football side of it. But I think Ben Johnson gets as much power, Mark, as Caleb Williams plays. If Caleb Williams plays well, Ben Johnson gets power. Caleb Williams and the Bears don't play well, he gonna be gone. He ain't going to see the 5th-year option of Caleb Williams' contract. Hey, Jacksonville or Chicago, if you were Ben Johnson, which job would you have taken?
I would have taken Jacksonville.
Because
for
they
a lot
wanted
of
him.
different reasons.
They
the
wanted
media
him.
Being one, Chicago's actually going to be, it's a real city with real media, with real demands of their teams. Jacksonville does not have that. Not in the way that Chicago does.
No, not close.
You're minor league compared to Chicago from that aspect. That makes it a more attractive spot to be a coach, by the way. I'm not saying that to slam Jacksonville, and I don't want any people listening in Jacksonville to take that the wrong way. But you're not Chicago from a media standpoint. You know, got a text this morning. What is Jacksonville doing? That's why we should fire Trent Baalke. And, you know, I actually text him back. I was texting I was having some text exchanges.
Look at you. Look at Mark Miller this championship Tuesday morning.
And he, after we went back and forth, he said, I'm losing faith in the organization slowly. I could see how you are.
Yeah.
I could see how you are.
So there's and I don't know if he's a Jags fan or not, but he sent me an post late yesterday afternoon when the Ben Johnson news came out, and he said, I remembered you talking about the jobs, and you listed Chicago as more desirable than Jacksonville. And then he rattles off 5 things that he believes makes the Jacksonville job more desirable. And I said, yeah, Jacksonville's got Trent Baalke. I said, Ryan Poles is a speed bump.
But, David, Trent Baalke with the right coach can be gone. I mean, Khan said it. With Baalke on the damn screen.
Well, obviously Ben Johnson, all right, didn't think so because he chose Chicago. I think he chose Chicago, though, because it's Chicago. All right? I do. I really do. Like, Mark, you and I are hockey guys. Everybody involved in the sport of hockey has a reverence for original 6 franchises. A reverence. One of them, the Rangers, have won 1 Stanley Cup in 85 years. The Wings, the Blackhawks, the Bruins, the Leafs, the Canadians. There is a reverence within the sport for those franchises. I think the Bears are regarded as an upper echelon franchise from a stature standpoint, not from a success standpoint. But I think people in the sport are like, oh man, to win in Chicago. I mean, we saw it. There's still nobody on the 85 Bears is paying for anything. 40 years now.
I know. You're right. If you can do it. I don't like their structure. I don't.
No, don't blame you. I don't blame you. Let me ask you this, though.
I don't like their ownership either.
Okay. And listen, we love the ownership style of Mr. Khan in Jacksonville. We love the fact he's got his money. He will use it. And for the most part, he's hands off. I think we'd both like to work for him. Okay. As opposed to working for the Bears ownership. Definitely check in the Jacksonville column when it comes to ownership, even though Mr. Khan doesn't have the success. I mean, his 12-year record's not very good. They got like 3 winning seasons. But I think we like his style of management more than the Bears style. But let me ask you this, all right? Ryan Poles, Trent Baalke. Who would you rather work for? Come on. Come on.
David, that's such a tough question, but I guess I would go Poles because I think Baalke's incompetent.
And Poles has actually made some decent personnel moves. Okay. Now, they got the head coach hire wrong. All right. And they have totally messed up how to deal with a young quarterback. I mean, not having a veteran quarterback to help mentor him, to throw him into the wolves day one when he and they were not ready. Not smart. Not smart at all. You know what is amazing, though? Just go back. Quick sidebar. Can we go back to that Hail Mary between the Commanders and the Bears? I mean, you do know that Caleb Williams and the Bears had just had the go-ahead score in the closing seconds. They're going to win. They're going to go to 5-2. Their record's going to be better than the Commanders.
And they'd have the tiebreaker in the wild card race.
And then the Bears won once the rest of the way, and we all know what the Commanders have now done. But, I mean, listen, and I'm not crazy about the city of Chicago, by the way, as a tourist. I'm not, okay? I don't do the pizza. Doesn't work for me, all right? The steak, the other Italian, great restaurants, all right? But I'm not this huge Chicago guy.
We know you're a New York guy.
I am.
If you're a New York guy, you're not a Chicago guy.
Right.
it makes perfect sense.
Right. However, to me, this was the sexiest job, in part because it's Chicago. I'm sorry, the other jobs, you got to be what? Jags, Saints, Jets, Raiders? I mean, come on, are you serious? It's like you're in a different league.
Look I get it. And I think from that standpoint, you got to say Dallas is right there with Chicago.
Yes.
From their place in the league, in their popularity. In the moment you become the Cowboys coach, you're instantly talked about on national radio, national TV. You're a national story.
Right. All the damn time. Yes.
Chicago's that way if they're good. Dallas is that way no matter what.
That's true. That's true. And that's because of Jera. And they've done a lot more winning in the last 50 years. But so you don't like the Ben Johnson hire?
I wanted them to hire a head coach with experience, David. I did.
I did too. But I don't know if I can go as far as you saying I don't like the hire. He would not have been my first choice. He would not have been my second choice. I would have done Pete Carroll or Mike McCarthy before I would have done Ben Johnson.
And they obviously went Johnson first because we're convinced the other two guys would have accepted the job had it been offered to either of them.
And if I'm Jacksonville, why am I not interviewing either Pete Carroll or Mike McCarthy?
Trent Baalke, David. Trent Baalke.
Pat Kirwan in a half hour. Thanks for being with us, Miller and Moulton.
Swamp Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples' all-American weekend of family fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Djokovic Alcaraz 2-2 in the third. It is absurd, by the way, that Jeter was not unanimous.
Yes, it was. It didn't make me happy. I thought exactly what was going to happen happened. The better team won the game.
Listen, Mark picked Ohio State by 13, and I picked them by 10, and they won by 11. I mean, there was a little more scoring than we both thought. That was it.
Irish football, I believe if they played 10 times, Ohio State would win 10 times. They were clearly the better team.
Name me the one position group you think Notre Dame's players are better than Ohio State's. And I'm being serious. Because I don't think there's one.
Maybe the kick returner.
That's because Ohio State chose not to.
No, Notre Dame's offensive line played well.
Yeah. But Ohio State's defensive line impacted the game a lot more than Notre Dame's defensive line did. In fact, I thought that was the difference in the game. Notre Dame could not disrupt Ohio State offensively at all. At all. Yeah. I don't see it, Irish football. You made Will Howard look amazing.
He completed 14 of his first 15.
Yeah. 13 in a row to start the game.
Right.
And I'm not just saying this now, for what it's worth. I said it early second quarter. I thought it was obvious that Ohio State was a step faster than Notre Dame. The turf did not help Notre Dame. Notre Dame needed that game on grass.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Pat Kirwan in a little more than 20 minutes. Connor O'Gara in an hour will recap the Natty and the season that was and where we go from here with the fine columnists from Saturday Down South. So a lot of football, pro and college, next hour. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question will involve football. A couple of different ways to go today. Mark impassioned that he thinks the Bears made a mistake with Ben Johnson, but we ended up going college football. And, 5-month season and 12-team playoff has come and gone. Did you like it? Yes or no? Or no, man, too long. No, 12's too many. I don't like the playoff format. No, I don't like it. I thought the season was a success before the playoff even started because I thought the 12-team playoff made the regular season worth a lot more. I mean, that great late Saturday we had in November when Alabama and Ole Miss all went down to defeat. I mean, if we had a 14 playoff, those teams are out of it. That Saturday would have meant nothing. Florida beating Ole Miss. Okay, Oklahoma over Alabama. Those games wouldn't even been paid attention to.
The Big 12 was relevant till deep into the season, obviously, and Arizona State winning their conference title and getting in.
The ACC was relevant. So I'm a yes. And I was a yes. I was a yes before the playoff games even started. Didn't matter how bad the first round was.
First round was bad. The semis were great. And last night, well,
one team outclassed the other. It happens. And back-to-back championships for the Big Ten. Mark, when's the last time that happened again?
1942. The Gophers in 41, David. The Buckeyes in 42. The last time the Big Ten went back-to-back with natties.
You know, the third FDR administration. Yeah.
There we go.
That's how we roll.
All right, David. I don't know if I even want to bring this up, but I feel like I have to.
Baseball Hall of Fame?
No.
Oh, damn.
Post-game national championship.
Okay.
SVP interviewing Herb Street and Fowler. Same way he does with Buck and Aikman after the big game.
Right.
They come back on and do a little bit.
Right. They get paid a lot of money, so they got to stick around. Yep.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And David, you know this. Anybody that listens to the show at any time knows this because I've said it before. I wish I weren't, but I'm a crier. When emotion gets the best of me, good or bad, I can tear up.
Mm-hmm.
I am not, however, doing a national championship game for my profession. Last night, when SVP went to Herbie got emotional and teared up on national television about the Buckeyes, where his son plays, where he played, and got caught up in the moment.
Right.
Now, we won't have to worry until next year's playoff for Herb Street to have another Ohio State game because they don't do the Big Ten anymore.
Correct.
But I don't know how, even though Herbie says he's incredibly objective during the games.
According to Herbie.
That's what I said. Yeah, he said he's incredibly objective.
Right.
But he was crying over the Ohio State victory.
Mm-hmm.
Can we take him seriously when it comes to the Buckeyes anymore?
I think he's had a rough 2 to 3 years on the taking seriously scale. I do. And people can assume whatever they want because, you know, I work with Gary Danielson and I work with Troy Aikman. You know, you could assume whatever bias you think I have, and maybe I do, and I'm unaware of it. But I think he's had a really rough 2-3 years. I do. It's clear to me he's using the dog as a prop. It's blatantly clear that the whole
and people
dog
love the dog.
Right.
I'm telling you right now,
but
the dog got basically a standing ovation when they showed him on camera at the Notre Dame Penn State game. That's the first time I've been to a game where Herbie didn't call it, but he was down on the field and he had the dog, and people go nuts for the dog.
Yeah. And first off, this is dog number 2. Okay. Because the original dog died 2 months ago.
Right.
All right. And he was so emotionally bent out of shape from that dog dying that it replaced the dog in an hour and a half. All right. So, I mean, I got multiple issues. Here's the thing that I don't like. You are paid to analyze these games, and you are the number one opinion maker in an opinion-based sport. You, therefore, have to, by your check and your job title and the network that you work for, you have to offer up your opinion on Steve Sarkisian's 2nd and goal play call. You have to, as far as I'm concerned, offer up your opinion on Marcus Freeman deciding to kick a field goal on 4th and 9, down 16 with 9.5 minutes to go. You can't just go, well, this is interesting. No, it's not interesting. It's asinine. Say it.
We opened the show with it. I had a little fun because we had JP Shadrick on a couple of weeks ago, and we pointed out the Ravens 12-year thing, and he's like, so you guys can do math. And it was funny. But yes, we can do math. And 16 divided by 2 is 8.
Right.
Touchdown and a 2-point conversion is 8 points. You needed to do that twice.
And up until that point of the game, they hadn't forced a punt yet. So for you to assume you were going to get the ball back twice was a big assumption. You can like Marcus Freeman all you want. All right. That was absurd. And you don't have to, you could just say, I don't know what they're doing here. Why are they not going for it? That's all. You could just say it like that. And then
Very
after the
simple.
game,
In this position, I'd go for it. I think they're making a mistake. You don't have to come down on anybody, but you have to offer your opinion.
So, I think he's had a rough 2-3 years. I really do. Okay. And he clearly jumped the shark. He wanted to be Mr. Objective. Okay. Well, he jumped the SEC train, which, by the way, he didn't have to. Okay. His network's going to own the SEC. There's no reason. He didn't have to cannonball into the deep end. His network did it for him. If anything, I would argue in giving him advice, try to lean a little more the other way. What's the SEC going to do? Complain? They're cashing some pretty big checks. We'd like you to be a little more biased in our favor. Yeah, I'm paid to be unbiased. Thank you. See you at the games. So I don't know. I get it. He's from Ohio. He went to Ohio State. The place means a lot to him. I get it. I do. I mean, I'm not knowing what it is that anybody in his position had to be feeling. But Mark, here was another problem. Okay. He came out on the air and said, I'm friends with Ryan Day. I try to be objective, but I'm friends with Ryan Day. And then he starts talking about his family. Okay. And what his family went through. Well, I mean, you obviously can relate to Ryan Day because you moved your family because of some grief that you were getting in Columbus and you moved to Nashville. Okay. So you're not objective when it comes to this either. And yeah, it's absurd that Ryan Day was getting death threats after losing to Michigan. Of course it is. I don't know what to tell you. It's America. There's a pretty big absurd factor going on right now. I mean, we're good at it, in fact. All sides, by the way, don't draw any conclusions with that. So, I don't know. I think he's had a rough couple years.
And it started with the Florida State being left out and being very strong with his opinion at that point.
Yeah. Oh, he had no problem being strong with that opinion. Okay. But
the fallout from being strong on that opinion has shaped the way he has been since.
Oh, yeah.
When he was asked a few weeks back, probably a month and a half ago, what did he, asked about who should be in or something like that. And he goes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
Yeah, don't ask me. Really? It's an opinion-based sport. All right? You're the number one analyst in it from the number one network covering the sport. Don't ask you? I mean, seriously, if I was his boss, I would go, dude, it's partly why we're paying you all the money we're paying you.
So I wanted to bring that up. With that being said, and the college football season being over, it leads us to our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Now that the season is over, did you like the 12-team playoff? 70% of you say that you did.
Okay. All right. That's good. You're open to change. That's pretty good for us as sports fans. All right.
Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X to vote. Swamp Buggy Races this weekend, parade Saturday, races on Sunday.
But,
big turkey legs at the concession stands. At least they're used to.
Yes, absolutely. SwampBuggy.com, SwampBuggy. GeicoAuto.com. Parade Saturday, races on Sunday. 21,000 is the text line, and vote accordingly in our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. I don't know what to tell you. There's 5 minutes left in the segment, and I'm going to hijack it.
Here it goes. Here he goes.
Well, no, this is the part I'm going to bring up. Okay? Mark, do you realize 13 people did not vote for Tony Gwynn to be in the Hall of Fame? Right. Do you know 9 people didn't vote for Hank Aaron?
I'll never understand the baseball writers, David.
9 people didn't vote for George Brett. Mark, like 20-something people didn't vote for Willie Mays. Mark, 4 people didn't vote for Ty Cobb. You know, over 4,000 hits. Mark, 8 people didn't vote for Cal Ripken Jr. 6 didn't vote for Nolan Ryan. You know, 320-something wins, 7 no-hitters. Mark, 5 people didn't vote for Tom Seaver. Are we serious about this? I mean, that's why it's 3 people didn't vote for Ken Griffey Jr. And we all know Jeter, 1 person didn't vote for him.
Do you think Ichiro will get 100% of the vote?
I do.
I don't.
Wow.
I think he should. Don't get me wrong, okay? He should get 100% of the vote. But there's going to be some yahoo who has already decided that I'm making sure that no one's getting 100% of the vote and I'm leaving him off my vote.
Wow. I'm sorry. You got to out these.
Yeah.
You do. Listen, we appreciate your contributions. You can no longer vote. I'm sorry. Well, why not? You didn't vote for Derek Jeter to be in the Hall of Fame. He's like 5th all-time in hits. Like 14 All-Star games, 5 World Series titles. I don't know if you heard, he was the star shortstop of the, wait for it, Yankees during a dynasty. Oh, yeah. Really clutch in October, too. Even hit a couple big homers in November. That's all. I just wanted to,
With what you just said, gives me more confidence in saying that Ichiro will not get 100% of the vote.
I will say, if you only had 1 vote and you had to choose between Jeter or Ichiro, who would you vote for?
Oh, my goodness.
Think about it that way. And that could bolster your case that somebody's not going to vote for Ichiro today.
I would vote for Ichiro.
Now, see, I would vote for Jeter if for no other reason than he played longer. Because Ichiro played those 6, 7, however many years in Japan. And he didn't come over till he was 27, which makes his getting 3,000 hits even more remarkable.
It really is.
But I just wanted to point that out today. Late this afternoon, early this evening, I think it's like 6, 7 o'clock tonight, they unveil the ballot. It used to be at 2 in the afternoon. I don't know why they wait until the evening, to be honest with you.
CC get in, David?
You know what's funny? You and I spent how many years pounding the table for Burt Blyleven and Jack Morris? And they had to both wait how long to get in the Hall of Fame? And basically, the next generation's Jack Morris, if you will, CC Sabathia. I mean an ace. Every 5 days, give me the ball. Never break down. Serious innings workload. Number 1 starter on, all the teams he pitched on. Postseason success. You and I, the reverence we have for that half a season with the Brewers, when he was looking at
huge. Give it to me every 3 days or whatever the hell it was. On 3 days rest, he pitched, knowing he wasn't going to be there the next year, knowing he was a rental. Give me the damn ball.
And pitch the Brewers into the playoffs. Yeah, Mark. I know 251's not enough, but yes. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You don't have a text from Pat, do you?
I do not. He's had some technical issues lately.
Yeah, I know. I just sent him a text.
Yeah, he fell, Sonny. Apparently he fell at home. Comptech, we won't know till either late today or tomorrow. Has anybody seen the snow in Houston? Holy blank. They don't even have plows. Both of them, Bush and Hobby.
David, you might get snow.
Yeah, they're worried about it.
Come on, Pat. I'm going to call Pat. Right to voicemail.
Huh. I text him, should we call him? If he answers me and I go like this, that means for you to call him.
10-4.
I think refs get announced tomorrow or Thursday.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Tuesday, at least if you're in the 239 and the 904. It is the final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. 5 months later, college football season and the 12-team playoff are over. So what'd you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down? You have to decide. Not this, I like it, but I like to tweak it. No. Yes or no? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
68% of you right now saying yes, you do like it. I think it was a great success this college football season. First couple rounds of the playoffs were not great. This just in, they weren't that great in the NFL either.
But we're watching. Did you see the announcement by the Four-Letter Network yesterday?
I did not.
Highest rated NFL game they've ever aired.
Okay.
They've been airing the NFL since 1987. Had the most people watch it than any game they've ever aired. Nearly 35 million.
The league is a monster.
Yes,
If
it is.
Notre Dame, Ohio State does a good number, what will that get as far as people viewing?
I think the first digit needs to be a 2. I think they need to do 20 plus million.
Think about that. No, I mean, Ohio State and Notre Dame.
Right.
You can't ask for much better marquee names for a national championship.
No.
Prime time Monday night, 7:30. Is going to do in the low 20s if it gets there.
Right.
Chiefs, Texans, Saturday, 4:30 did how many million?
34 and change. Yep. By the way, Kelsey has kind of let it be out there that if they win 3 in a row, he may walk.
Wouldn't you?
No, actually, because I'm building this little media empire, and I think that I need to play for as long as possible. And Patrick Mahomes is my quarterback. So no, actually, I'd keep playing. Not only that, the lady in my life seems to like watching me play. Okay. Why not? Sure, we can do one more year. Sure, honey. Yeah, I can
You're
do
not
one more year.
touring for a while.
Right. So we can work out together. You know, we'll play your music. What do you say?
That right there may be a deal breaker for me, but that's just me.
Hoping to catch up with Pat Kirwan here. We're having trouble connecting with Pat, which doesn't happen very often. Hope to catch up with Pat here coming up shortly. But yeah, ESPN banging their chest yesterday. Highest rated game ever. Now, granted, this is only, I think, the second year that they've ever aired a divisional playoff game. You know, for the most part, they always had wild card rounds. Last 2 years now, it looks like the new TV deal, they're getting a second round game as well, even though they're getting usually the least appealing divisional round. They get the Saturday 4:30 game, but still, the ratings are better the deeper you go.
And the power of the Chiefs right now.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. No doubt.
We were talking yesterday if there's been, Chiefs overload on people, if the people are starting to turn on the Chiefs. The one thing that they are definitely turning on is the calls. I mean,
Yes.
people think that, and I think rightly so, that the Chiefs are getting the benefit of the doubt on a lot of calls.
They do.
That is getting people to root against the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. That is true. That is true. I will say these in the Bills-Chiefs AFC Championship game, these are the two biggest floppers in the sport. Okay, trust me, Josh Allen does not take a back seat to Patrick Mahomes with flopping. He doesn't. At all. Josh Allen's a flopper. He's good at it. The Bills are floppers. All over the place, trying to work the officials. They're good at it.
Would love. It'll never happen. But the first flop, I don't care who does it. The Bills or Kansas City. Unsportsmanlike conduct called on the flopper. Why wouldn't you? Come on. For years, you and I watch soccer from afar. We are not soccer aficionados. We don't pretend to be.
Right.
We watch the World Cup. I'll throw the Premier League on a Saturday or Sunday morning to kill time until the sports I want to watch come on. But we've said forever, really easy to stop flopping. Yep. Yellow card the flopper.
Totally.
Really simple. Seems simple to us dumb Americans.
I would suspend...
So I would have the same sentiment when it comes to football. I've been that way in hockey, and they will call flopping penalty. They call two. They'll call the hook and the unsportsmanlike. No, right. You call the flop.
Right. Call the unsportsmanlike, not the hook. Listen, you know my feeling in soccer, football, okay, that what they should do is after the fact suspend players. When they look at the video and go, oh, that's a total acting job. My goodness, he wasn't even touched. No, you want to eliminate it from your sport? Oh, you could do it. You could do it. Start suspending guys for matches. They'll stop. It's one of the things the United States had to learn to do. We never flopped in international competition. We plowed through like we were football players, like we were rugby players. It's the American way. We don't flop. Yeah. About 10 plus years ago, America's like, well, if everybody's flopping, I guess we got to flop.
And now we've watched it trickle its way into the NBA, where now it's a legit problem in the NBA.
Yes.
A legit problem. It's a problem in hockey to a lesser degree than the NBA, but it's still a problem. And now it's reared its ugly head in football.
But two biggest floppers, and I'll be very curious. To me, if you're the officials, you either throw flags early or you just let everybody know, we ain't throwing flags today, okay? So stop all your shenanigans. All of it. We ain't throwing flags. Go play, boys. You're playing to go to the Super Bowl. That's enough.
So that's just one of the, and I think it will be interesting because there's not a lot of reasons to dislike the Chiefs. There just aren't.
No, Andy Reid's likable. Patrick Mahomes is very likable.
Kelsey's likable, and their fan base doesn't get the obnoxious claim put on them.
No.
The team that just won the Natty has a fan base that many people find to be an obnoxious fan base.
Well, plus, the Chiefs don't walk around saying we are the Kansas City Chiefs. And there's a few people who are like, what, the Ohio State University? That's a little obnoxious, don't you think?
Patriot fan was a little obnoxious.
Yes.
In fact, they think it's part of their charm.
Right.
The Boston sports fan, so does the Philly sports fan for that matter.
And the New York sports fan.
There are
Right.
a lot of fan bases that have that, and I don't want to just pick on the Boston fan base. But
Right.
Kansas City doesn't have that.
No.
But the Bills have that never won. Get them the parade. Isn't it time? And I think as the week goes on, Detroit's out. There was people pulling for Detroit because they just wanted to see it. I think the football fan that didn't have a dog in the fight is going to start pulling for Buffalo.
Well, how could they not be the sentimental choice? I mean, the Chiefs have won 3 Super Bowls here recently. The Eagles have been in 2 and won 1 in the last 7 years. I mean, yeah, the Jaden Daniels Commander story is awesome. I mean, nobody loves Jaden Daniels more than Miller and Moulton. But, I mean, the feeling is kind of like, you guys all have your time. Great job. Okay, way to go. Awesome. But this is not your time. But the Bills, and besides, Mark, they got the Mafia. It's the Bills Mafia.
Talk about 2 rabid fan bases meeting in this game, because the Chiefs fan base is a great fan base. It's just all contained there. You've talked about how great the tailgating's there.
Okay. So the game was a 3:30 in the afternoon Central Time kick. Sun didn't come up till like 7:30 in the morning local time. There was a line a mile long to get into the Arrowhead parking lot when it was dark. That's 9 to 10 hours before kickoff. It was cold Saturday in Kansas City, even by Kansas City's standard. Days before, it was 20 plus degrees warmer. It was not a comfortable tailgating experience. It was windy, and it was a cold wind. How cold, you ask? I'm glad you did. Single-digit wind chills. That is
David
the best.
Moulton put on a hoodie, folks.
Yes.
I mean, let that sink in for a second.
Right. The manatee here, the living, breathing manatee, had 3 layers on, and one of them was with a hood. Aikman did look over at the beginning of the game and said, "That's quite a look to my right." I'm like, well, don't know what to tell you. It's cold.
If you'd have had the full beard, it would have been a complete look.
It's the best parking lot in the NFL. It really is. It beats Lambeau. It's the best smelling. It's the best. Their atmosphere is great. They see opposing fans. Hey, honestly, it's awesome. But they're starting to get some calls, and it's starting to annoy people.
It is starting to annoy people. That, and I do think Mahomes, not even flopping. A friend of mine made a post the other day saying, I don't want Mahomes to get hurt, but when he plays his little shenanigans at the sideline, I want to see a defensive player cream him.
Right. I know. But, those great ones always seem to avoid being creamed.
They do.
Didn't somebody do a story like a few years ago on the one time Wayne Gretzky got laid out on a check?
I just watched it on a reel.
His whole career, he got checked hard once. Miller and Moulton.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Kirwan does.
Hasn't happened in a while.
No.
Johnny Back, I hear you. Some losses are harder than others. Holy crap. Djokovic's up 2-1 in a break. He's the greatest player of all time. I'm sorry.
Good for him.
Totally.
Good for him.
Got to close it, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's 8:20. They're in the fourth set. We should be able to see the end of it after the show.
Yeah, I think the match is almost 3 hours old. It started I thought it started at 5:20. And it is. Listen, when Rafa couldn't grind Djokovic into the ground, okay? I mean, he is just a human backboard. Would be amazing. Is anybody paying attention to the prices to get into the Natty? They kept going up. Yeah, Coffin Bio was amazing. It kept going up. Like a couple hours beforehand on social media, I saw like 33, 3,400. Yeah. Unreal.
Nothing bothers me more than clicking on an athletic article. I have the app and it sends me to the New York Times.
Totally. I'm starting to get frustrated with the New York Post. I'm an insider, and every month they make me like sign up again. You have my credit card. Take the damn money. Let's go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. All right, it took 5 months, 12-team playoff, college football season's over. What did you think? Thumbs up, I like it. Okay, yes, let's do it again. Let's make it bigger and better going forward. Or kind of liked it the old way. Can we shorten this sucker? And how about only 4? What do you say? So yes or no? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. The Swamp Buggy Races parade Saturday in Naples. Races on Sunday. Go to swampbuggy.com and get tickets. Swampbuggy.com.
Well, David, I probably shouldn't do this, but I will anyhow.
Go for it.
Odds are out for the 25 season, 26 national title in college football.
Here we go.
And you'll never guess who's the odds-on favorite to win the whole thing.
Mark, call me crazy. They're losing a lot of folks. I'm going to say Ohio State.
Ohio State at plus 450 is your odds-on favorite to win next year's Natty. Texas is next at plus 640.
With Arch.
The Oregon Ducks are the third betting favorite at 7-1.
Who's their quarterback going to be, by the way? You know, they went from Bo Nix to Dylan Gabriel. I think Gabriel's done, isn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah. So I'm curious who their quarterback's going to be.
Georgia is the fourth pick.
Yeah, I might throw a little money on them.
And Penn State at just under 10-1, plus 990, is the fifth betting favorite to win the national championship.
Tell you what, how about Penn State to win the Big Ten next year? How about that little side bet? They bring back the most. They do. Going to bring back the quarterback and both running backs. They seem to be on an Ohio State-like mission to get the job done. Now, the stud defensive lineman's kind of like, I'd love to stay, but I'm going to get drafted in the top 5, maybe top 3, maybe top 1. I got to go.
And rightly so. But those are the odds, current odds on next year's national championship.
Interesting. Surprised you're not hearing Notre Dame talk there. They're deep. I mean, hell, they had a lot of injuries this year. I mean, if they stay healthy next year, they'll be deeper next year than they were this year. They can get their hands on a quarterback. They've done it each of the last 2 years. Went from Hartman to Riley Leonard here. Please. Nobody made more money on this college football season than Notre Dame.
No, they've got plenty of money to build a roster.
Mark, they may have more cap space than most of the NFL teams.
It's a great point, David. You are absolutely right.
By the way, Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South will join us in about 12 minutes as we'll put a bow on this season and begin to look ahead.
For those asking, Notre Dame 12-1 or plus 1,200, Alabama 16-1.
Wow. Wow. Come on. You couldn't get Bama at more than 6 or 8-1 at any point in time in the last 15 plus years. 16-1 on Alabama.
Yep.
And not only that, you've got what? Texas and Georgia ahead of them in the SEC?
Exactly.
Well, there are a few people in the sport who think that this Alabama roster that just went, 9-4 is going to be more talented than next year's roster.
It's not going to go over well in Tuscaloosa.
As a matter of fact, Mark, it won't. No. No, it will not.
You can have a short tenure there if the roster keeps disintegrating in front of their eyes.
I know it's a cliche, but you never want to be the guy to replace the guy. You always want to be the guy after the guy who replaced the guy. I mean, I know you're. Can you really turn the job down, though? I mean, could you stay at Washington when they offer you the Alabama job?
I don't think that you can, David. I really don't think that you can.
Even though you just played for the Natty, but
everything has to go
right,
perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Or perfectly, for that matter, for you to get back to another one. And I think Washington will be a solid Big Ten team.
Oh, I do too. I do too. In fact, this is going to shock you. Over the next 10 years, I'll bet on Washington more than I'll bet on USC to challenge in the Big Ten. Oh, yeah, because they got it. Jed Fish isn't going anywhere. All right, he knows how to build a program. Hell, he had a 10-plus win season at Arizona, okay? Trust me, he's building a pro program. All right, you go there, he'll send you to the NFL. They get players at Washington. They've always been able to get players at Washington. They got a big Samoan connection, okay? I'm telling you. I can get odds on that, and I'll do it straight up. Number of wins and number of Big Ten wins over the next 10 years between Washington and USC, and I'll take Washington. Which is not, if I'm right, what the Big Ten wants to hear. It's like,
no, it's not.
Are you kidding?
That's the last thing the Big Ten wants to hear, but it also shows you that USC doesn't have their act together right now.
No, they do not. And there are big doubts as to whether this Big Ten thing's going to work in Southern California. You know, it's exciting in the Pacific Northwest. All right. In Southern California, it's kind of like, seriously? We got to do all this traveling? California kids don't want to play in the Big Ten.
Mick Cronin, basketball coach at UCLA, when it was asked a stupid question.
Yes,
I mean, it truly was asked if he felt badly for the teams in the Big Ten that had to travel out west.
Right. Because I guess Iowa traveled to Pauley Pavilion and UCLA beat them by like 25.
And he went nuts. Like, basically, are you serious? Is that a real question?
You're punking me, right? You're just trying to get a reaction out of me?
And he got a reaction out of him.
Yes, he did. I've seen the Statue of Liberty 3 times in the last 2 weeks. Are you serious? Oh, it's a real hardship.
That he called it the Eiffel Tower. I mean,
oh, it's a real hardship for folks from Iowa to come spend 4 days in Southern California.
People vacation here. I don't know if you're aware.
The 2 games are 11 miles apart. It's a real hardship.
Yeah, they can stay in the same hotel.
Right. Yeah, it's brutal.
But attendance is not great. And I know it's basketball versus football, but attendance is not great at UCLA or USC. Football attendance wasn't either. Your point is a valid one. That thus far, Oregon and Washington, they're all into the Big Ten.
Yes, they are. They're happy about it. The SoCal teams, not so much. And their fan bases, really not so much. So they better win or else they'll be ignored.
And that can happen quickly in LA. With all the teams out there, you can slip into oblivion, even USC, in a lot quicker fashion than you realize. Miller and Moulton. Swamp Buggy Races poll question is up. Do you like the 12-team playoff? 73% of you are saying yes, that you do. We will continue to talk college football coming up. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Swamp Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples' All-American weekend of family fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I was struggling there for Connor's name, and I hit the wrong app to open at the end of that segment. I'm like,
no
son of a
problem.
biscuit.
By the way, okay, I'm looking up something. Remember you said 41-42? So I'm looking up the Big Ten list of football national championships. They have in 57 and 58 that Ohio State and somebody else in 57 and Iowa and somebody else in 58 shared the title. They have Minnesota and Ohio State 60-61. Minnesota and somebody else, Ohio State.
Maybe it's EP, David.
It must be. And then they've got Sparty with back-to-back natties in 65 and 66, and Michigan State shared the title with one other school both years.
It's got to be AP then.
Do you know Michigan State's the last Big Ten team to win the natty not named Ohio State or Michigan?
Wow.
Ohio State's won 5, Michigan 2 since the Spartans before you were born. Wow. Here's a trivia question. Djokovic up 4-2 in the fourth. By the way, Connor O'Gara, he's a kindred spirit of Miller and Moulton because he sent out last night, this is the Big Ten's first time with consecutive natties in football since 65-66, a.k.a. the LBJ administration.
Nice.
Love them. By the way, Ryan Russillo with the best post of the night. Game was over, and he sends out really happy for LeBron. Now, that's funny. That's funny.
That is
funny. Funny is funny.
Connor is on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. For those in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas, it's the final segment of the show. For those in the 239 and the 904, the Diamond District bonus hour awaits at the top of the hour. Connor O'Gara is kind enough to join us. He's from Saturday Down South. He hosts the Saturday Down South podcast. He's a writer for them. You can follow him on X at CJ O'Gara, O-G-A-R-A. Connor, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this, particularly at this hour. You know, you're listed as a senior national columnist. You're way too young to be senior anything. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I've actually I've had the title since I was 26, and I just haven't changed it. Being honest, that's the most bizarre thing about it. Now it's kind of a joke actually that I just lean into. My former boss from 9 years ago gave me that title, and I've just been like, all right, whatever. We're just gonna stick with it. But yeah, look, when I'm addressed in public, I don't require that, like how doctors want to be called Dr. So-and-so.
Right.
I don't require someone call me senior national columnist. Kind of don't care. It's just columnist or podcast host, whatever works, whatever floats their boat.
Fair enough. What's your immediate takeaway from Ohio State winning the national championship?
Talent still wins in this day and age of college football. It's just changed how you acquire it. And think about the way that this $20 million roster was constructed. This all goes back not to the Michigan game this year, but it really goes back to the way that things ended last year. And this angst that Ohio State had losing that game to Michigan and then seeing the way that it played out against Mizzou as well in the Cotton Bowl, where they just couldn't do anything offensively. They're under the third-string quarterback, and it was ugly. And you instead end up with a roster that feels that sense of urgency, decides, you know what, we have a lot of guys that are draft eligible that can come back. And in this day and age in NIL, you could make that happen and really make it so that, it's not this massive choice of unfinished business versus pursuing your dream in the NFL. And, they had the right combination of that, plus the ability to go out into the transfer portal and be able to handpick guys like Quinshon Judkins with 3 touchdowns last night, Caleb Downs, who, might be the best defensive player in all of college football. And then, of course, their quarterback, Will Howard, a guy that I think a lot of people were kind of skeptical of coming into this season. And you see the way that this is all built. And even though it's a 10-2 team in the regular season that wouldn't have made the playoff or the national championship in any other previous era of the sport, it's given this ability to play and put that talent on display. And we saw it play out over the course of these 4 games.
Connor, is this working? Is the professionalism, the rampant free agency, if you will, and the much expanded playoff? You can judge at Saturday Down South by clicks, by feedback. Has this worked for the sport in the last 5 months?
Yeah, I think it's worked, but that's not to say that's perfect. I think it's worked from an interest standpoint, and I think that there are more fan bases than ever that feel like, man, we actually feel like we kind of have a chance. And when you can make the 12-team playoff when you're a team like Tennessee, instead of suffering that dreaded second loss and realizing your season's over, now you got to worry about opt-outs. Yeah, it's working from that standpoint. I do like the expanded playoff, even though I was one who said, look, I don't necessarily think it's needed in terms of making it more fair to decide a national champ. I thought 4 was perfectly fine to decide a national champ, and I understand all the money, entertainment reasons of why 12 is ultimately going to be good for the sport and why it's probably going to expand beyond that. So, I mean, it's working from an interest standpoint. I don't think there's any denying that. It's just what do we appreciate in the regular season? Well, we appreciate the fact that these teams can, have that devastating loss or that momentum swinging win. Well, now, there's just a different interpretation of what that is. I thought October, November of the regular season, I thought they were awesome. I thought there were so many games that, yes, they didn't have like season-ending ramifications like the, of course, Michigan-Ohio State game, but I thought there were still so many good games as a result of this 12-team playoff and so many different teams arguing about their legitimacy to be able to make the field. And, I do think that is overall good for the sport. And I think that this year kind of showed you that the first 12-team playoff is fun. It just needs tweaking in terms of the seeding and in terms of probably how all this is regulated from a roster management standpoint.
Would you tweak it for next year, or would you leave it alone until we go to 14 the following year?
I would tweak the seeding. I think, you're going to get pushback, and this has to be unanimous to be able to change. And that's maybe the issue that's going to hold it up based on some of those early reports. I saw Ross Dellinger talking about that. But I would like to see the seeding changed. I don't think you need to have the 4 highest-ranked conference champs get the automatic bids. I think you could just seed normally. And the suggestions that I've thrown out, in addition to being able to do that, I also think that you should have those teams that earn a first-round bye. If you want to keep that that incentive there to be able to get one of those top 4 seeds, I think you should let those teams have a draft of who they get to play and how awesome that would be to watch that type of entertainment and the storylines that would be able to create. You got enough time to be able to turn around. You still got 10 days in between these games to be able to kind of build up all of these matchups and whatnot. But how fun of a wrinkle something like that could be, to be able to kind of say, like, hey, if you're a team that's sitting there, and like if Oregon this year, there's no way Oregon would have handpicked to play Ohio State. Like, there's no way that would have been the draw. So it's kind of a way to reseed. But I would love to see a change like that. That probably won't be agreed on because we like to have our things laid out very neatly. Coaches want to be able to game plan for, 2 teams instead of potentially 4 or, 8 or whatever it is. But yeah, I'm fully on board with being able to make those tweaks next year.
Connor O'Gara, national columnist for Saturday Down South, also host of the Saturday Down South podcast. Follow him on X at CJ O'Gara, OGARA. All right. How has the South reacted now to this season, especially after last year? This is, as you pointed out, at least the mid-60s. The last time the Big Ten has had back-to-back natties, you could, in some case, you can go all the way back to the early 40s. We all know the run that the SEC has had here in the last generation. How is the South, if you will, handling this?
I don't know if the South is handling it particularly well. And maybe some of that is based on how loud certain people were. I've talked to Feinbaum about this as well, and he gets it. Even Herbstreit was not necessarily a person of the South or of SEC build. And, he came out and was saying how ridiculous it was that Indiana gets into the playoff and how we need to look at strength of schedule in a different way and blah, blah, blah. And you're just like, all right, what are we really saying? I think you can come to a few conclusions. Ohio State had a $20 million roster that played like it, and nobody else did. I think that's just kind of the takeaway from this year. I don't think it means the Big Ten is taking over the sport, despite the fact this is the first year, according to the NCAA's website, in terms of championships that they actually acknowledge, and not ESPN just kind of disregarding certain polls and whatnot. But in terms of the NCAA, yes, it is the first time that the Big Ten has repeated as national champs since 1965-66, the Lyndon B. Johnson administration, who could forget. And you're talking about a conference that forever has felt like it's been knocking on the door. And so, yes, the SEC era of dominance that we've seen, maybe it's not going to repeat itself in the way that it did from 06 to 12, or the way that it did even, going back from, I think you could point to the different iteration of 15 and 22, where, the SEC had at least one team in the national championship every year, won 6 of those 8 titles with 3 different schools. I don't think we're about to see that, but I also don't think it's about to be a Big Ten takeover. I just don't. Like, we've seen too many instances in which those teams are coming up short until it's not Michigan and Ohio State. Keep me posted on how that goes. And I'm saying this as someone who grew up in the Midwest. I went to Indiana. Like, I would love to see the conference be more competitive on a year in, year out basis, but I don't know that the South necessarily has a reason to fear that the sky is falling and that SEC dominance is completely over.
How much pressure then does Alabama have on themselves next year? Because, I was just looking at the odds for next year's Natty. They're 16-1. They're the 7th choice for a national championship. But to get Bama at 16-1, that's the most value you've had in over a decade.
A ton. And look, I do my way too early top 10. I don't do the full top 25, just because once you kind of get past 20, you're realizing, all right, what are we doing here? We're just throwing darts. But I didn't have Alabama in my way too early top 10. And it was bizarre to kind of think about that. But you look at the way that this year played out with Kalen DeBoer, and you end up losing 4 games. First time, obviously, that Bama's lost 4 games since year 1 of the Saban era in 2007. And you thought this offense would at least find its identity late in the season. And part of the reason why the Alabama should be in the playoff argument was such a joke was just because it ignored who this Alabama team was. I mean, to play 2 games the way that it did against Vandy and Oklahoma, 2 teams that were 6-6, and end up, being middle of the pack very much in terms of the college football landscape, was really alarming, and really alarming because you just didn't know what you were going to get week to week. So year to year, do we know what we're going to get yet from Kalen DeBoer's squad? I don't think so. I don't really know what to expect from Ty Simpson at quarterback. I don't really know that this roster, even though it is still incredibly talented, I don't know that it's all of a sudden going to have all these first-team All-SEC guys like we've just kind of penciled in on a yearly basis. And I do think that Alabama is facing a lot more questions than answers. And so, yeah, I do think there's a lot of pressure on Kalen DeBoer. I don't think he's getting fired if he goes 9-3 next year, but is this someone that needs to be able to show in year two, just like he's done in his previous two jobs, that he knows what he's doing? Absolutely.
Curious where you had Miami and Florida ranked, if at all, in your way too early top 25.
I had Miami at 10, and I kind of regretted it, and I kind of wish that I'd put Illinois there, for being perfectly honest. But I do think that, when you make a change like that, a defensive coordinator, getting the Minnesota defensive coordinator to come on over, I think is going to be really important for them. And Carson Beck is going to be in good hands, I think, from an offensive standpoint. And I think his surroundings will do him better than what they at least were this past year at Georgia. And so I do like it from that standpoint. Miami, with Mario Cristobal this year, still had that kind of breakthrough season, even if it didn't result in a playoff berth. But, yeah, I have Miami at 10. And, look, I'm not going to put Florida in the top 10 just yet. I think that getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves, despite the fact that in my SEC quarterback rankings, I had DJ Lagway at number 2 in the SEC, only behind Garrett Nussmeier. And I do think that this Florida team is the ultimate good vibes team this offseason, with the way that they finished the season and with the promise that they show down the stretch, especially defensively. I think with Ron Roberts, that's super important for their future moving forward. But I couldn't quite get there. They're going to start off in the top 25. I think they're closer to 15 to 20 type range. Maybe even that's a little bit ambitious. But, yeah, I do think that Florida has done all the right things to be able to show that it is a different program than what we were talking about at this time last year.
And the no ease on the schedule, because it just flips from a year ago in the SEC. So both Florida and Georgia have extremely difficult schedules heading into next year.
Yeah, extremely difficult. And I try not to do anything strength of schedule related when it comes to a preseason ranking, just because I'm not trying to predict where these teams are going to end up. I just predict. I'm trying to look at who I think these teams would be if they stepped on the field by opening day, and I try and not let this team. Like last year, if I thought Florida was going to be awesome, then Florida could have started off in top 15 or something like that. Their strength of schedule was talked about so much because they're coming off of a 5-7 season. So I try and not look at that as much. And maybe Florida's a good example of maybe we get too far into that. And these things change so much, and the toughest schedule in the history of college football didn't prove to be that. And we spent so much time talking about it. So I'll probably spend even less time focusing on strength of schedule, if I'm being honest, this offseason.
Connor O'Gara, national columnist, Saturday Down South. He hosts the Saturday Down South podcast. You can follow him on X at CJ O'Gara, Ogara. Connor, thanks for doing this. We really appreciate it. Have a great offseason, and hopefully we can catch up again.
Absolutely. Really appreciate it.
Connor O'Gara, kind enough to join us from Saturday Down South here on Miller and Moulton.
That website's blown up from when they started to what they are. They've done a terrific job. A lot of information. If you're an SEC fan that somehow doesn't know about it, it's something you need to check out.
That's a little engine that could story right there.
It really is.
Yep. So, Djokovic serving for the win in 4 sets at the Australian Open. Between the Baseball Hall of Fame and Novak Djokovic, you knew you were in for a handful from me today. You knew that, right?
There's no doubt. And look at Djokovic. If he wins this, amazing. Now, from all accounts of what I've been reading, Alcaraz has played poorly. He's not returned serves worth a damn the entire day. But they're 16 years apart in age.
16 years! They're a gold medal gymnast separated, for goodness sakes. 16 years, Djokovic is shaking Alcaraz's hand going, I got shorts older than you.
Yes, he is. And if he were to win this and then go on and win the Australian Open, it should end all doubt of who the greatest tennis player is of all time.
Yes. Yes, it should. Apparently the 24 majors is not enough. He needs 25.
Exactly.
Miller and Moulton. For those in Lake City and Charlotte County, thanks for listening. Hope to see you tomorrow. Elsewhere, the Diamond District bonus hours next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous
Moulton.
He won. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He's 37. Alcaraz is 21. And by the way, not just any 21. He's already won 4 majors. Golly. She came back, but I don't think she was in this year's Australian. She's 34, I think. Yeah, 6'4" in the fourth. Lost the first set, and then he won 4-3 and 4. I think he's going to get an Shelton is probably who he's going to get in the semis. No. Oh, God, he's playing Zverev. God almighty. He's going to have to go through the top 3 seeds to win this thing. By the way, Ben Shelton is playing a quarterfinal today against an unseeded player. He's the 21 seeded American. He has a chance to get to the semis of the Australian. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm with you only my first day. If I beat the top 3 seeds at the Australian in a row to win my 11th Australian and my 25th major, yeah, I might just drop it. Golly. No, Michael, trust me. That's considering Federer.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the 4th and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday, the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question: longest college football season ever? Biggest playoff ever? Did you like it? Yes or no? And it was in the high 60s in terms of thumbs up versus thumbs down. And now I think it's approaching mid-70s. I think as the day goes on, more and more people are saying, you know what? Yeah, this worked for me. I'm good.
We liked it before the playoff began.
Yes.
For the record, Miller and Moulton were for the 12-team playoff before the playoff began. The regular season was fantastic. It added so many more teams, added so many more games of consequence to the regular season that whatever happened in the playoff, we were going to be for it. And the first couple rounds of the playoff were not good. It's fact.
No, there was the Arizona State-Texas game was
That's
really the only one. But which I will say gave a little bit of a March Madness feel to that game. And I didn't know that a football game could, but it was pretty damn exciting, the fourth quarter and overtime of Arizona State-Texas. And then you had nothing but big boys at the end. You had like a great Final Four with 1s and 2 seeds everywhere. So we're in. We like it. I think, by the way, 14 is going to be perfect in this sense. Top 2 conference champions get buys. Mark, to me, that's going to be easy every year.
Right. It's the SEC champ and the Big Ten champ.
Yeah. And maybe the occasional ACC or Big 12 team. Maybe the occasional. But certainly 9 out of 10 years, we'd all bet large amounts of money that the top 2 seeds are going to be the Big Ten champ and the SEC champ. Okay, you get buys. Now we're going to seed 3 through 14. How? Going to do it by ranking, right? I mean, the playoff committee will then rank the teams. And so the Indianas and Arizona States of the world, now they probably will not get home games out of this deal.
You know, the other side of this, too, that I don't think we've maybe talked about enough. Everybody talked about Oregon getting hosed. And there's no doubt getting Ohio State was detrimental to their season.
Especially first game out, hadn't played in 3 weeks. They didn't have somebody they could just line up and whack and get ready for Ohio State. Yes.
But other than Ohio State hosting Tennessee, which both David and I thought of should have been flip-flopped because of Ohio State's loss to Michigan.
Yes.
But you cannot deny the path that Ohio State had to take to win their national championship was as difficult as it could be. And they kicked the crap out of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Texas hung in there, but 3 out of the 4, they dominated.
But they dominated Texas, and they took a bunch of penalties. I mean, I know the game was closer than that, but they seemed to have them at arm's length until late in that game. But Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, Notre Dame, they lined them up for the Buckeyes, and the Buckeyes took them down.
Well, you could argue, as Coffin Ball makes the point in our Twitch chat room, did Ohio State not have the toughest opponent in each round?
Right.
I mean, the toughest team they could host was Tennessee, right?
Exactly.
Then they had to play Oregon, number 1 team in the country. Then they got Texas, by the way, in Dallas. And then, they got who they got in the Natty.
So hats off to the Buckeyes. They spent their money wisely. They built a hell of a team, and they earned their national championship. The people that don't like the 12-team playoff and didn't like this playoff have pointed out that the 4th-place team in the Big Ten won the Natty, therefore it doesn't count. I would ask you, if you're an NFL fan, do you have the same philosophy towards the playoffs in that league?
I mean, did you not count the Giants' 2 Super Bowl wins over the Patriots? One was as a wild card, one was as a 9-7 division champion. Does that not count to you? Yeah, we have to change our way of thinking in college. There's no doubt. Because in the past, that was obviously unattainable. We only allowed 2 or 4 teams in the playoff. How in the world can we have a 4th-place team in a conference even in the playoff? But, I mean, let's face it. Ohio State, to a lot of people, Mark, you know what Ohio State was? The Baltimore Ravens. When the AFC playoffs began, how many people said, well, the best team's Baltimore? And by best, they meant most talented. But they also said, look at the stats. Look at the analytics. Number 1 offense in the league. Oh, yeah, since week 11, when they got some guys back on defense and moved Kyle Hamilton from the one safety position to the other, who's the best defense in the league over the last 7 weeks of the season? Oh, yeah, it was Baltimore. Huh, funny. Baltimore a favorite going into Buffalo. People thought they were better. They were the best. And how many people would have been picking Baltimore this week against Kansas City? But what did Baltimore not do? Win. Yeah, Ohio State, most talented team in the country. They're preseason number 1. The $20 million roster of the whole thing. Yeah, they had to win. They're favored in every game, by the way. They played the undefeated number 1 team in the country. On the West Coast, they were favored. They won. Hell, they were favored in Dallas against Texas. It's the best Texas team in 15 years. Not only that, didn't they go 4-0 against a number?
Yes. Yes, they did, David. With that field goal.
How many boosters now are really coming around on Ryan Day? Not only to give us a natty, I got all the money back I lost on the Michigan game.
Circle that one right now. Ryan Day will be off the hot seat right until the Michigan game.
Yep. And he could be undefeated going to Ann Arbor. He's got to win that game.
Yes, he does.
I don't care how many years you got on your contract. I don't care how much money you're making.
But back-to-back titles for the Big Ten, does that change the way at all you look at the Big Ten? It doesn't for me.
What did we look up during the break? That the last Big Ten team not named Ohio State or Michigan to win the national championship is your alma mater during the Lyndon Johnson administration?
Right. Nearly 60 years ago. The last time a team that was not the Buckeyes or the Wolverines from the Big Ten won a national championship.
Well, let me ask you this. And I'm not just asking you because you grew up in Big Ten country and went to a Big Ten school, but just asking you. When do you think the next team not named Ohio State or Michigan will win the Natty from the Big Ten? I mean, you know what we're talking here. We're talking Penn State. We're talking Oregon, Washington, USC. How far down the list you want to go?
I think that's as far as you need to go, David. You know, Penn State's all in for next year. Oregon's never going to have problems with money.
No, they're good. They're good. Yep. I'm just curious, when do you think the next school in that conference not named Ohio State or Michigan will put it? I'll give you 10 years. Would you take the bet? I'll give you the next 10, 14 team tournaments. One of them will be 12. The others will be 14. Hell, it could be 16 by the time that decade ends. Do you think a Big Ten school not named Ohio State or Michigan will win one of the next 10 national championships?
I want to take this bet. I really do.
But
I'm basically saying Oregon's going to win a natty because I have no faith in Penn State. None whatsoever.
Okay.
I don't know if I can take this bet.
Oh.
I really don't.
I got the money on the table.
I'll take it because I like to gamble. But I feel as if I'm at a disadvantage with this wager. I feel as if I should have odds.
Well, think about it. I want to make you feel better about you taking the bet. I mean, you're going to get 4 or 5 teams in the playoff every year.
I know.
It's not like you're not going to have opportunity. By the way, quick sidebar. We just had Connor O'Gara on from Saturday Down South. You know, kind of a national columnist. You know, has a Heisman vote. His opinion matters. We just glossed over the fact when we asked, hey, where do you have Miami and Florida ranked for next year? And he said, I have Miami 10, but I should have had Illinois. Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say Illinois? Wow.
Well, I thought the other part that we glossed over a little bit that should have Gator fan chomping at the bit is he ranked the SEC quarterbacks heading into next year. And he has Nussmeier, number 1 from LSU. But he has DJ Lagway, number 2. Mm-hmm. Got him ahead of the kid from South Carolina. Got him ahead of Arch Manning from Texas.
Right. That would seem to bode well for your chances. Oh, yeah, and he has 2 more years of eligibility, minimum. Also, you know, for those of you college football fans who think the season's too long, you do know your off season was the longest in all of our major sports, right? It was always like 2+ weeks longer than the NFL off season. Sometimes 20 days longer than the NFL season, off season. Now you've shortened your off season. I mean, think of it that way. I mean, now it's only 7 full months before week 0. Look at it that way. It's not so bad.
August is just around the corner. Can't you tell by the temperatures?
Right. I mean, you can see training camp from here.
Besides, you got spring ball just around the corner.
That's if they shovel the snow. Have you seen the snow in Houston? Have you seen Kyle Field? There's more snow there than there was in Philadelphia for the Rams-Eagles game. Hello, Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hell, I'd pay him not to play. He'd be the number one wide receiver in this draft. Well, I will say this. When Notre Dame went man-to-man on him on third down at the end and sent 7, I thought to myself, I'd send 6 and have a safety over the top.
I didn't see this until now. The wheel snapped under the cart when she hit the wall.
God, do you know how hard you have to hit the wall
Yes!
for that to happen? Boy, it's a good thing they won. Could you imagine if that was the losing coach? We have a system play tonight, and let me tell you.
Got a few of them.
No, that's the thing. We thought we were going to have 3 or 4. We have 1. We thought we were going to be able to play SMU tonight at home against 25th ranked Louisville. SMU's favored. We thought we'd play UCLA tonight at home against 18th ranked Wisconsin. UCLA's favored. And we've got the worst team possible that our money's riding on tonight. Mark, we couldn't even get Texas at home against 22nd ranked Missouri because Texas is favored.
Yeah, I thought, you know what? I thought SMU was a 1.5 point dog. I read it wrong when I looked at it earlier.
So this is putting the system, this is all our faith in the system tonight. Because we have maybe the best team in the Big East playing one of the, if not the worst team in the Big East on the road. And we're stuck with the home team. Whew. That's tough.
I'll be curious, David, if match 3 in the TGL does more than 750,000.
Oh, that's right. We've got that tonight.
Well, we've had football. No talk of it whatsoever.
Right.
And you've got 2 teams with no stars on it. Justin Thomas, kinda. Interesting.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It is the Diamond District bonus hour and the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. We've had a lot of meat on the bone today. Obviously, talking about Ohio State winning the Natty. It is remarkable it's only their third in 55 years, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That they went from 68 to 2002 without winning one. Now they've got one in every decade this century so far. Think they go another 10 years without winning one?
No.
Because, it was 12 years in between Tressel and Urban, and now it was 10 years in between Urban and Ryan Day.
I say they win another one before the end of the decade.
Okay.
They're going to continue to spend at whatever level they need to spend. And you tell me, David, even in the SEC, are there 4 teams there that will spend more money than Ohio State on their roster in the next 6 years?
4 teams?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think Texas will compete. I think Georgia will compete financially. I actually think LSU will compete financially. No, not unless A&M. I mean, that's the wild card in this. They've got the money. And
yes,
they've
they
got
do.
the interest.
But I don't know if anybody will, and you said I don't know if anybody will outspend the Buckeyes.
No. And they have a natural recruiting base, and they're a national brand. Right. Yeah. In theory, they should be top 5 every year. Going
every
forward.
year. Here's a question for you, David.
Mm-hmm.
Between now and the end of the decade, does Ohio State miss the playoff?
Ooh. No.
And I don't think the other schools that you mentioned, I don't know if Georgia will. I'd bet that Georgia makes the playoff every year, but it's going to be tougher.
Mm-hmm.
Texas every year? They going to make the playoff?
No.
LSU going to make the playoff every year?
No.
Exactly.
By the way, talk about bad timing. Like an hour and a half after Brian Kelly left Notre Dame for LSU, because I'm never going to get, I can't win the Natty at Notre Dame. I can be a top 10 program here, but I can't be a top 4. So I can't get in the playoff. And like an hour and a half after he leaves, they change the format and go, well, if you're top 12, top 14, you can be in the playoff.
And if you're in that 5 through 8, you get a bye or you get a home game.
Right. And Brian Kelly goes to Baton Rouge with his fake accent, and he's like, are you serious? I could have stayed up north. I had a top 10 program built, recruiting pipeline. Oh, wait, and you guys are going to spend money? I was bringing in top 10 recruiting classes when we weren't spending money. Wait, now we can spend money and an expanded playoff? I got to call LSU back. I'm nuts. Timing.
Yes.
Timing.
Absolutely. But that to me, when you start looking at, how many more can Ohio State get? I don't know. You've got to be fortunate in the postseason
Sure.
to have everything work out for you. And Ohio State overcame a lot. They, everybody talks about the Notre Dame injuries. Ohio State had injuries on their offensive line that they were able to get through.
They did.
But if you ask me one team to make the playoff every year for the end of the decade, I'll take Ohio State, and I'll let you pick next. I'll let you have the next 2.
It does, by the way, just jump out as to how glaring it is that Alabama missed the playoff this year, right?
Yeah. Beat Vanderbilt.
To be the most dominant team in the sport for nearly a 20-year period of time. And then we expand the playoff to 12.
You would have won a lot of money, David.
If you had come out and said, you know what, 9-3, they ain't going to make the playoff. Oh, my goodness.
I'm sure you've all seen it by now, but yesterday, apparently on C-SPAN, who has the worst call screeners in the history of television and radio, or the most gullible, or both, someone called in and when put on the air, questioned Alabama not making the college football playoff by the committee.
That's funny.
It is.
I'm guessing, though, was this C-SPAN or C-SPAN 2?
I thought it was C-SPAN.
Okay. Did they handle it with humor, or were they?
I just saw the clip
Gotcha.
and it ended, and then and that was all that I saw.
That's funny. Paul, especially if the call-in started, Paul, that would have been the best. Miller and Moulton. Mark thinks the Bears have made a big mistake in hiring Ben Johnson, the coordinator du jour, the best-looking model on the runway, to be their head coach. Thinks they needed to hire somebody with experience. Chicago's a mess, needed a proven adult. Bears are making a big mistake here. I don't think they're making a mistake, although he would have been no better than my third choice.
All right. Define then what Ben Johnson has to do for this to be successful. At what level in the next 3 seasons does he have to win in order to basically get a 4th?
I actually will not define success that way, and not because I'm being a jerk. I believe Ben Johnson's level of success is how he develops Caleb Williams. Because if he develops him, and let's give him 3 years, okay? Caleb's got 3 more years before the 5th-year option, whether it's picked up or not, okay? And let's just say if Eberflus could get nearly 3 years, that Ben Johnson could get 3 years. Mark, if he makes Caleb Williams into a solid NFL quarterback, the best quarterback that the Bears have had since Jim McMahon, then I actually think his tenure will be considered at the very least somewhat successful.
Key line on this show.
Right.
I
really mean that. I mean,
if he turns him into Justin Herbert with the same level of postseason success, will that be enough?
Yes. First off, I think it'll be enough to get him another contract. Because I think they know they made a mistake with Lovey. I mean, they fired a coach after a 10-6 season. I mean, how absurd does that look in Chicago now? I mean, on the absurd scale of 1 to 10, that's about a 43. So, but, they haven't had one of these, Mark. I mean, this is the number 1 overall pick of the draft. This is a Heisman Trophy winner. I know they took Trubisky second. That was on them.
Right.
That was their mistake. He had started for 1 year at North Carolina. That was a joke to take him second overall. They haven't had one of these, Mark. If he makes him into a franchise quarterback, he gives them what the 10, 12, 15 years of what the Packers have had for 30 plus. I think that's a success.
Hope you're right. Hope he can do that with Caleb Williams. Because you are right. If he turns them into a winner, he can be a hero in that town.
And they'll be competitive in theory every year. I mean, they'll have a quarterback, for goodness sakes.
And look at the void of quarterbacks in the NFC.
Whew.
Legitimate, great quarterbacks. We think we have one in Washington. Who are the other ones in the NFC?
Hell, I might be able to argue the second best quarterback in the conference is contemplating retirement, and Matthew Stafford.
Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples All-American Weekend of Family Fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh my goodness. Golly.
When you get a pizza for the house, how many pieces do you expect to eat?
4.
I'm a 3 guy. I had pizza last night. I broke down. I had been eating really well, and I had pizza, and it was amazing. Amazing.
That's a great poll question, by the way.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
The home stretch. Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. If you missed David Samson in our 7 a.m. hour or Connor O'Gara an hour ago on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. We've got a system play coming up.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Not a lot today. Lot yesterday. Not a lot today. We start in 1977. President Carter pardons almost all Vietnam War draft evaders.
That went over well.
78. We were doing a lot of drugs, David, as you like to say at this time.
Yes, we were.
We were in the height of disco, and the Bee Gees album Saturday Night Fever goes number 1. It would stay there for 24 weeks. Pick an apple, put it in the basket. 79. Super Bowl 13 at the OB in one of the great Super Bowls of all time. Pittsburgh beats Dallas 35-31. Terry Bradshaw, your MVP.
It was 21-14. Late third. Roger Staubach hits a wide open Jackie Smith on third down in the end zone for the tying touchdown. Only the future Hall of Famer dropped it. Vern Lundquist on Dallas radio with an epic call in which he said he must be the sickest man in America.
Today in 1990, John McEnroe becomes the first player to be expelled from the Australian Open. Quite a distinction.
Yep. He was winning the match, too. I think he was up 2-1. He was losing the fourth set. And he thought he said something under his breath that the referee didn't hear, and he had already been warned. And the referee heard it and kicked him out of the tournament.
1992, Bill Cowher becomes the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
At the age of 14. No, seriously, what was Cowher? Like 33, 34, something like that?
He was 33.
I mean,
but what was Shula when he started coaching? He was like 32.
Right. Chuck Noll was very young when he started also. Yep. Turned out okay for everyone involved.
07, a couple of championship games. The Bears walloped the Saints, and the Colts beat the Patriots in a great one, 38-34.
Down 21-3. Peyton and the Colts were down 21-3. Peyton threw a pick six. They were losing 21-3. Came back and won.
And in 2018, a couple of championship games. The Jags. Oh, what a chance they had, losing to the Patriots 24-20.
Tell you what, he was not down, you know. That was a fumble. That was picked up by the Jags. Okay. If we had what we had now, Jags win that game. Jags go to the Super Bowl.
Where they would have met the Philadelphia Eagles, who pounded the Vikings 38-7.
That was a week after the Minneapolis Miracle. Saints, Vikings, when Case Keenum hit Diggs and the Saints safety didn't tackle him because he was afraid if he hit him, it'd be too early and it'd be pass interference. And so Diggs, as time ran out, ran down the sidelines.
Stonewall Jackson, Christian Dior, and Mac Davis would have all celebrated birthdays today. Jack Nicklaus is 85 years old today. Robbie Benson, if you're of a certain age, you've seen the movie One-on-One 6,812 times on HBO. Robbie Benson, 69. And Akeem Olajuwon is 62.
Robbie Benson is almost 70?
Yes.
Wow.
What did I miss, David?
Well, first off, if you go back and watch all the right... Well, is that the name of the movie?
No, One-on-One.
One-on-One. Take a look at the shorts they were wearing in that day and age.
They were short.
They were shorts. Yes, they were. Mm-hmm. Mark, you remember the Concorde?
Yeah.
Took off for the first time today in 76.
All right.
What else we got? I thought it's... Oh, yeah, it was today, and this was actually referenced earlier in the show when we were talking about the Lions' biggest rival, and someone in our Twitch chat room said that Detroit's biggest rival is Toyota. Boom. It was today, 16 years ago, that Toyota officially passed GM as the biggest car maker on the planet.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Well, for the good today, we'll stay right close to home and damn near in my backyard. But Jeannie Nelson, for 40 years, has been giving shoes to children in need with her charity organization, Lace of Love. Around 10 years ago, this guy named Chris Sale partnered with her, helping to give shoes to children in need. They're taking in over 10,000 pair of shoes a year. Sale, with his wife and now his sister, also helping out in the FGCU community, has done a great job of embracing this terrific charity.
Yeah, Brianne. I think Brianne kind of dragged Chris along, even going back 10 or so years. Yeah, Chris's wife was the real, I think, driving force behind that partnership. But obviously, Chris put his name and his fame behind it. Good for them.
Absolutely. For the bad, we go to Port Charlotte, where if you were at the Target store on Friday night, you saw something a little unusual.
Okay.
In fact, Josh Garcia was doing his shopping when he said he noticed something unusual. Noticed a man walked in dressed as Spider-Man with a USA hat and telling a guy how to record or where to record. So Joshua was like, he's about to do something really dumb, so let me pull my phone out. That's when the man starts screaming, "Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up." And then poured milk and cereal all over the aisle. The stunt for social media is a man who goes by C, the letter C, See the Truth online. He has an embarrassing number of followers on TikTok and Instagram to be doing this stunt. NBC2 reached out to Target, the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, and even See the Truth for comment, but have not yet received a response. I don't know what I'd do if I saw a guy walk into Target with a Spider-Man suit on, but I'm pretty sure I'd follow him around. For the bad, we go to Brevard County, Florida, where a Central Florida woman was arrested over the weekend, Taryn Acree of Melbourne. She was a passenger in a car. When they were pulled over, the driver consented to a search of the vehicle, asserting that nothing illegal should be inside. When deputies were looking through Acree's bags, they noticed one bag with a label that said, "Definitely not a bag full of drugs." David, you're never going to guess what was in the bag labeled "Definitely not a bag filled with drugs."
Drugs?
Tons of them. Among the other items, it was 2 weeks after she was detained during another traffic stop on similar charges. She is being held in jail without bond. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. CapeCops.com still offering a $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. Go to CapeCops.com.
The bag said definitely not drugs. That's outstanding.
Correct.
That is outstanding. Hey, let me take a look at the bag. Why? It's definitely not drugs. I know. Just kind of curious what it is. Huh. Looks like drugs. All right. This may put our system on the line. This is a really tough ask of Miller and Moulton. We thought we were going to have not one, not two, not three, but 4 system plays tonight in college basketball. We thought we were going to get Texas at home against ranked Missouri. Texas turns out to be a 1.5-point favorite. Oh, well, that's okay. We'll get SMU at home against nationally ranked Louisville. SMU's a 1.5-point favorite. Damn. Well, I mean, 18th ranked Wisconsin's going to UCLA. There's no way UCLA, have you seen them play lately? UCLA is a 3.5-point favorite. Son of a.
So what does that leave us with, David?
We are stuck with the best team in the Big East, Marquette, against who I think's the worst team in the Big East, Seton Hall. 10th ranked Marquette at 6-12 Seton Hall. We're getting the Pirates at home in 11.5.
And we're going to need all of them, David. We are going to need all of them.
I think we should pay attention. That could go up by tip. That could go to 12.5, and we're taking every inch of it.
We'll wait that one out until right before tip. I agree with that.
It's an 8 o'clock game on Peacock. Man, is this put in the system.
By the way, that system play brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. 427-3441. 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton. Get 10% off.
So NBA tonight. It's a TNT doubleheader night. Knicks Nets are the first game.
Ugh.
Yeah, 7:30. But the other choices, though, were Portland at Miami or Orlando at Toronto.
Yeah, not a good slate of games to pick from.
No, so you're going with the Knicks there, the biggest draw of the group. And then 10 o'clock, of course, no Embiid and likely no Paul George. The Sixers are at Denver to take on the Nuggets.
Yeah, Denver's a 13.5-point favorite.
Hello.
That'll tell you who's playing for the Sixers.
NHL tonight, bunch of games. You got the Lightning, who lost in Toronto last night. They're in Montreal tonight. By the way, the Panthers are in Anaheim at 10 o'clock. Lightning Canadians at 7. So some interesting games because, well, in the East, it's a logjam to make the playoffs. You got like 8 teams within 4 points for 2 spots. It's crazy. So these games actually, an intriguing one is Washington at Edmonton. No Connor McDavid because he's suspended for 3 games, but you will get Ovechkin.
And Carolina and Dallas, another good game. Dallas, one of the best teams in hockey, and Carolina can skate. I think that'll be a fun one as well.
But no football tonight. But you know what there is?
Get used to it.
But Mark, what's on tonight?
Oh, that's right. It's where Top Golf meets Pop Stroke. They call it the TGL. No Tiger, no Rory. Rory's
No.
to play.
So we don't get Rory tonight either?
No.
Seriously?
You got JT on one team, Morikawa on the other.
Well, JT just finished second. He seems to have turned his career around. Wait a minute. Justin Thomas and Colin Morikawa are the big attractions tonight?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, it did 912,000 week 1, and it did a shade over 1 million week 2.
I'll put the over-under at 800,000 for this.
I'm going under.
I am too. If I did 750, would you go under?
Ooh, getting really close. I think I would. Close.
Divisional round playoffs. Natty. They have not spent a second on the 4-letter network talking about this.
No.
I'm guessing they will today, but no hype into this one whatsoever.
No. Yeah, this could crater. If they can survive week 3, this thing might make it.
Hype train's going to have to get back rolling on this thing. And I didn't watch enough of the Amex or Golf Channel to see if they're talking about it, but I don't think they are spending a lot of time on it, David.
Well, see, the network televising the Amex is
right.
Not televising the TGL.
Exactly.
See, golf's not like football where you notice all the networks promoting the games on all the other networks. Yeah, see, that's mandated by the league. PGA Tour doesn't do that. Hey, let's do this again tomorrow, shall we? Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton